I just want to be sure first that we do constitute a quorum. So if I could find out from our support staff if there are any apologies that you have received. Are there any apologies that you have received?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, to honorable members and colleagues. We have received an apology from Member Celias. She's not well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as per the rules of the legislature, do we have a quorum?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity once again to welcome all of you. If you can flight our program for today. May we flight the program or the agenda for today? Okay. We will first have a presentation from the Gauteng Business Unit of the Auditor General of South Africa, because they are expected to give us a global picture of what are the outcomes. And then after that, we will have a presentation by the Public Service Commission, because for us to be able to consider the reports effectively, we need to also get a sense of what is happening within our public service, because there's an impact on the audit outcomes and basically public financial management, governance and accountability. So are we also going to have the presentation by the Office of the Public Protector, and then the Office of the Premier. Then as honourable members, that is then when we are going to engage, because we'll be having a broader picture of everything. Then we'll break for lunch. After lunch, we will then have our meeting as a committee closed session to get a detailed briefing from the Office of the AG on the various departments that we have identified for today. So that is the program for today. I hope honourable members, you're okay with that? Okay, thank you. Let me take this opportunity then to welcome Mr. Cebekulu from the Office of the Auditor General, the Gauteng Business Unit, to be the first one to make the presentation. Over to you, Mr. Cebekulu.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, honorable members, DG, ladies and gentlemen.
Just before you start, Mr. Cebekulu, I would propose that one of our staff members must assist the team that is dealing with presentation, because they might not know which presentation comes first. So by now, we should be having the presentation from the Auditor General, but it's not up yet. Maybe as they are busy with that, may I just ask that if you look at our presentations, in some areas they do overlap. So I would request that those who are going to present after the others, just make sure that whatever has been presented before you, you don't go into detail. You can just glance through it, because if you go into detail, we might not have sufficient time. I think it should be appropriate for me to also welcome the other members of the chairpersons of the various committees who have joined us. And as I'm saying so, I also want to welcome MEC Mamabulo, the MEC for Finance, as he joins us. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Tebekulu. I hope they said they'll give you some stick to move the slide. Yes. No, it's not that. Simon, can you help please process it?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Kanyile. Greetings to the honorable members, the MECs, MEC Mamabolo, thank you so much, accounting officers present here today, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from the AGSA. My name is Tomisani Tebekulu. My role within the Office of the Auditor General is that one of being the business unit leader for the Gauteng province. My presentation today will focus on the audit outcomes for the year under review, which is the year that we've just concluded in 20, so it's for the year ended 31st March 2023. What you see in front of us is our mission and our vision as the Auditor General's Office, which from a vision point of view, we aim to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. Our mission as the Auditor General of South Africa, we've got a constitutional mandate, and as a supreme audit institution of South Africa, we exist to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public sector confidence. Our role as the Audit Office exists in the context of the broader ecosystem of a number of different role players who, while they've got a distinct responsibility, but have to work together in a complementary manner in an effort to achieve the desired public sector accountability status. I will just focus on the right, where we can see that there's a role that we see needing to be played by the oversight structures like yourself, which is the SCOPA. Hence, we are having this particular conversation. So really for us, we see the role of all these different key stakeholders as a complementary one where they need to work together in terms of achieving the desired culture in the public sector. Honorable Chairperson and members, this is the overall audit outcomes for the Gauteng province for the year ended, as I indicated, 31st March 2023. Overall, we can see that there is an overall improvement in the audit outcomes when we compare the audit outcomes from where we were a year ago. This is an important message because it's a message that affirms the increased level of accountability within the Gauteng provincial government in terms of how the different departments and entities have accounted for the public funds. I will focus on the top layer, which is where we are seeing the unqualified with no findings audits. Maybe I will start on the left, top left, where we can see the departments and the entities that have improved their audit outcomes into unqualified with no findings, the clean audits. First, we have seen that the Gauteng Department of Economic Development has improved from unqualified with audit findings, to unqualified with no findings, a clean opinion. The Gauteng Department of Education has also improved from unqualified with findings to unqualified with no findings, the clean opinion. Dinokeng has also improved. Gauteng Liquor Board, Cradle of Humankind. So those are the improvements from unqualified with findings to unqualified with no findings, the clean opinion. The key message which we want to leave with the oversight around these particular improvements, particularly the ones that have moved from unqualified with findings to unqualified with findings, is if there is a discipline in terms of attending to the issues of internal control, if there is a heightened level of oversight by the executive as well as the senior leadership of the department, it is indeed possible to obtain the clean audit opinions. As indicated, the ones that are depicted on that green block, the top left, are the ones that have improved in the current year into clean audit space. We also want to acknowledge the departments that have been consistently achieving clean audit opinions. First and foremost, Gauteng legislature has been clean for a number of years. Although 2-3 years back there was a regression to unqualified audit space, but subsequently Gauteng legislature was able to move back to the clean audit space. Hence we are seeing them as sustained. Gauteng Office of the Premier, this department again has been leading by example for a number of years in terms of the audit outcomes. As a result of the attention, the full attention to the internal control deficiencies, the effecting of consequence management where there needs to be done, as well as consistent monitoring of the internal controls within the department. Gauteng Provincial Treasury has also been clean for a number of years, and this is a department that has been critical in terms of the clean governance conversations in the province, in terms of the role that they play insofar as the financial statements preparation process is concerned, as well as the broad leadership in terms of the financial related issues within the province. Gauteng Department of E-Government has also been clean for a number of years. Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, SOC Limited, Supplier Park Development has also been clean. So within the economic development cluster, we are seeing that most of the entities, as well as the departments, as indicated earlier on, they are obtaining clean audit opinions. Gautrain Management Agency has also been clean for a number of years. Gauteng Film Commission, I spoke to the legislature earlier on. Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agencies, IDZ, another entity of economic development. Constitutional Hill, another entity of economic development. Innovation Hub, as well as the Department of COGTA, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Honorable members, these are the clean audit opinions for the current year. As indicated, these opinions are showing an overall improvement in the audit outcomes for the province. As indicated, this is a good indication of the system of internal control, a good system of internal control that exists within these particular departments. I will then move to the second layer, which is a layer of unqualified with audit findings. Again, I will start with the improvements that we've seen in the particular area or in that particular category. The first department that I want to elevate or talk to is the Department of Roads and Transport. Last year, honorable members, this is a department that was qualified. However, in the current year, this department has improved to unqualified with audit findings. The team that will come and brief the committee later on will give a lot of details and specifics in terms of what would have caused those particular improvements in that department. Human settlements, another one, where we've seen an improvement in the current year. Last year, they were qualified. In the current year, they've actually improved to unqualified with audit findings. GFleet, again, GFleet has been an entity that in the past has been sitting in a far worse opinion than where it is currently at. At some point, GFleet was sitting with the worst possible opinion. However, due to the consistent attendance of the internal controls, this department, or rather this entity of the Department of Transport, has been able to improve to unqualified with findings in the current year. So the overall message with regards to these improvements on qualifications is the one that says, if all the key role players, as I indicated earlier on, work together in attending to the system of internal control, the improvements can be attained. The challenge that lies ahead is the sustainability of these particular improvements, so that we don't have a situation where 1 year there is an improvement and the subsequent year there is a regression. I also want to talk to the category of auditees, which comprises of the auditees that have been unqualified for a number of years. We always say these are unchanged audit opinions or audit outcomes. There we see the Gauteng Department of Health, which has been unqualified for a number of years. Of course, there are matters that still need to be attended with regards to most of these departments. As indicated, these are not the clean audit opinions. These are the ones where we've got unqualified with audit findings, and the emphasis would obviously be the acknowledgement and the recognition that these are not sitting with qualifications, but again, there are matters that still need to be attended to from a compliance point of view, as well as the AOPO, service delivery. So these departments are Gauteng Department of Health, Agriculture, Gauteng Medical Supplier Depot, Arts, Sport, Arts and Culture, Social Development, Enterprise Propeller, Infrastructure, Community Safety, Gauteng Tourism Authority, as well as the Gauteng Partnership Fund. There is one entity which has regressed in the current year, which is the Gauteng Gambling Board. Again, as the team comes forward to brief the honorable members, they will give further details as to what would have led to that particular regression. Gauteng Housing Fund, this is an entity that has been disclaimed for a number of years. It is disclaimed in the current year. We've had conversations with the executive authorities and the leadership, senior leadership responsible for this entity, and there has been an indication that there are commitments, tangible commitments, to address the state of that particular entity. The last which you have under new auditee, which is the Gauteng Transport Authority or Transport Authority for Gauteng. That entity or that audit is still outstanding. It is a new audit that we're doing in the current year. However, I'm told by the team that auditee, we should be in a position to finalize it as soon as possible. So we are not reporting on that particular one. Honorable members, this is the overall picture for the Gauteng audits in the current year. As indicated, we are seeing a gradual improvement in the audit outcomes, particularly around some of the key service delivery departments, the Department of Education as an example. However, having said that, there is a layer of audit outcomes which is the unqualified with findings, and there we continue to call upon the executive authorities as well as the accounting officers, the senior leadership within those departments to attend to those matters that are currently resulting in those departments or auditees not attaining the clean audit opinions. Honorable members, this then is the overall message which I want to leave with you. I have already spoken to some of these points. As I said, as I indicated, there is an overall improvement in audit outcomes and an increase in clean audits, which shows the responsiveness of the accounting officers at the departments in setting the right tone and positively shifting towards a desired culture, the culture which I introduced earlier on. Specifically for auditees that improve their qualifications, those are your Department of Transport, the GFleet, as I indicated earlier on. The accounting officers need to continue to track and monitor the financial control disciplines to continue to sustain these audit outcomes. As I indicated, sustaining these audit outcomes will become absolutely critical. Under performance reporting disciplines for performance requires further attention as well as the compliance monitoring. Having said that, we have also noted that overall the province has improved insofar as the reporting of performance audit of predetermined objectives. The province has seen an improvement there. Financial health, top right. The province's financial health remains viable, reflecting good disciplines of effective budgeting and spending. However, we still need to attend to some of the huge litigation claims or contingencies within the province. But the key message is that the province's financial health remains viable. Tone at the top. Department senior leadership and the Premier's office to continue to strengthen and monitor the achievement of targets and ensure that budget spends align to actual service delivery to have a more positive impact. And we call upon leadership to continue to intensify and coordinate efforts to eliminate non-compliance and improve oversight of departments entrusted with key service delivery. As I leave this particular slide, the overall key messages indicated: the Gauteng province has improved its audit outcomes. The financial viability of the province is positive. The financial health remains viable, as indicated. We are seeing an attendance to internal controls by the department's senior leadership. There is a heightened level of oversight and monitoring that we see in the province. However, it is absolutely critical to continue to monitor the internal control discipline so that the province does not regress. Honorable Chair and members, this is the slide which I will talk to it at a high level, but the team members will also elaborate on this one. And this is consistent with the message that I've shared earlier on, where the province is improving, even when we look at indicators such as irregular expenditure. It is dropping, decreasing in the province. Fruitless and wasteful is also decreasing in the province. Unauthorized expenditure is also decreasing in the province. That then gives us the overall message, as indicated, that the province is on the right track. We call upon the provincial leadership to continue to monitor, to continue to strengthen, so that the gains that we saw in the current year particularly don't reverse. Honourable members, I will then leave it here in terms of my input. As indicated, the team members, the senior managers within the Gauteng office of the Auditor General will come and give further details as to what would have caused this picture to look the way that it is indeed, which is a positive picture insofar as the audit outcomes are concerned. Honourable Chairperson, Khalile, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank you very much for the presentation and for also keeping to our time allocated. Thank you very much. Welcome, Honourable Randall. Welcome, Honourable Masuku. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome the Premier. You are welcome. I know that you have to leave at a particular time. I'm conscious of that. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's move on to the next presentation, and I'm hoping honourable members are taking notes so that you can be able to engage with the reports later. Let me invite Mr. Mavuso, the Public Service Commissioner, responsible for Gauteng, and he has promised me that he'll also keep to the allocated time. Thank you very much, Mr. Mavuso.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Honourable Premier, Honourable MEC, officials that are present here today. My input is fairly straightforward because it talks about the state of the public service in Gauteng. But I must indicate that some of the information that we were able to receive was not necessarily to the appreciation of the Public Service Commission. In certain instances, we had to dig much more deeper. And the picture that is going to be outlined or articulated here may, in some instances, contradict a little bit with the AG, but in the main, there are strong similarities. The presentation covers the following: the financial misconduct, covers human resources management and development, performance management and development, and labor relations. I'm sure most of you are conversant with the Public Service Commission, that its mandate is derived from Chapter 10 of the Constitution. And most of the issues that it deals with are around the administration, broadly speaking. In terms of Section 196(4) of the Constitution, the powers and functions of the Public Service Commission are to, amongst others, to promote constitutional values and principles, to investigate, monitor, and evaluate processes in the administration, propose measures that have to be taken on board, and give advice, recommendations, and directions, and generally report on its activities. I want to mention a few points here around financial misconduct. In terms of the finalized cases of financial misconduct, according to the Public Finance Management Act and Treasury regulations, all the departments are required to report as soon as the disciplinary proceedings in cases of financial misconduct are finalized to the Public Service Commission about the outcomes of those cases. And I must also indicate that insofar as we have actually picked up, more often than not, instead of charging officials with financial misconduct, they are sometimes charged with general misconduct, which then defeats the purpose, because what it then does, the whole question of the recovery of the costs is not actually done because they're charged as general misconduct. And that for us is a serious anomaly. When you look into the graph, especially within the period of 5 years, there's a substantial improvement insofar as the numbers of cases that have been finalized. To date, the financial year 2022-23 stands at about 37, having moved in 2020-2021 from 56 and when going down. We're hopeful that this will become the trajectory, that we're not going to find too many cases coming about. Cases of financial misconduct have been categorized in different formats. For example, corruption. Remember that it is classified as using official position for personal gain. In that regard, we have not really seen anything appearing in the past 2 financial years. Irregular expenditure has actually spiked to 19% from 13% in the previous financial year. Unauthorized expenditure has become a source for concern for us because it really has gone higher than expected. If you were to look into the trajectory that has been there, it has been 0 for the past 4 years, but on this particular financial year it has increased. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there does appear to be some good progress there. Fraud has gone down from 25 to 11. Gross negligence has gone down from 6% to 3%. Misappropriation and abuse has increased to 5%, having had a 0% in the previous financial year. Theft and pilfering, etc., remain consistent from the previous financial year to now, 54%. Unethical behavior, it does appear as if it is good, but there's something that is hidden that, of course, we can be able to explicate in the fullness of time. And financial mismanagement has been indicated as a 0. Cost of financial misconduct. When you look into the different departments, starting with agriculture, in the previous financial year, there was no disclosure at all, which was a source for concern. But in the current, or in the financial year that we're talking about, it has been at 0. COGTA, fairly consistent as compared to the previous financial year. The same applies to community safety. Infrastructure development has become a thorn that we've actually picked up. As you can see, the amounts that have been indicated. Economic development at 82,000. Education, 6 million. eGov, it was at 57 in the previous financial year. It's now 67 million, which for us is quite a worrying factor. Health has done reasonably well as compared to 2020-21. It went down to 3,000. Now it has gone to 34,000. Human settlements has been fairly consistent. The Premier's office had a 0 in 2021-22. There has been a spike of 28,000. Sports, 0. Roads and transport, 0. And it actually goes on. So in total, you can see that the cost in the year 2022-2023 has been 74 million, the bulk of which comes from eGov. No loss to the state. The picture is a little bit better, but when you drill further deeper, especially when you go to education, it stood at 99,000. And again, eGov stands at 67 million. And it is what we may call a very serious picture. And then, of course, the next one would be health at 34,000. Overall, it's clear that the cost, especially loss or not loss to the state as characterized, would become 67 million. In other words, it just lost to the state. Amounts recovered, I must indicate that there has been, especially in light of what I said at the beginning, to say that cases would be categorized differently. It does not necessarily lead to amounts being recovered or substantial amounts being recovered. Education with 45,000 that has been recovered, and the others it's actually zero. So in total, only 45,000 has been recovered, if you were to compare to the previous slides and the amounts that have been lost by the state. Amounts not recovered, infrastructure stands at 103,000, economic development at 82,000, education at 6 million, sports is reasonably well, but Premier's office 28,000. So what has not been recovered is about 6.7 million. And it's important to appreciate that accounting officers should perform their duties as required to recover the funds owed to the state by the officials who were found guilty of financial misconduct. It is their duty, it is their responsibility, and that seems to be somehow lacking, or there's a reluctance to recover those costs. Employees charged with financial misconduct per salary level. The blue indicates that it's employees who are at the lower end, in other words, salary level 2 to 8. And that's where we seem to be picking up some of the issues that are happening here. The next category, obviously, would be the orange. If I'm colorblind, please forgive me. I'm told that men can't differentiate between yellow and orange. It's the next category there that is salary level 9 to 12. As you can see, it's standing at about 15%. The color that seems to be between black and white, I think it's gray, would be salary level 13 to 16. It stands at 10%, which means the top echelon of management, 10% thereof have been charged with financial misconduct, which for us is a serious picture. Next would be the amounts not recovered per department, as we've indicated. As I did allude to, the accounting officers should perform their duties as required to recover those funds. And quite clearly, we see education being at the top at about 6 million. And the percentages actually vary. I don't want to belabor the point, but I think information is very clear there. Employees charged with financial misconduct per salary level. Again, the bulk would be those who are at salary level 2 to 8, followed by salary level 9 to 12, and then, of course, 13 and above. With respect to human resource management and development, we've been having a challenge, and I think it was mentioned in yesterday's meeting that more often than not, for as long as a position has not been approved by the Department of Public Service and Administration, whatever you have is your own thing, and therefore it is irregular. Because according to the Public Service Regulation, an executive authority shall determine the department's organizational structure in terms of its core mandate and functions. The accounting officer must make sure that the resources are going to be spent in line with what the mandate is actually saying and have the necessary vehicle to be able to deliver accordingly. And this is what we've picked up in terms of the different departments. Agriculture has been okay with COGTA. Community safety has not reported together with economic development. Education is fine, and eGov, again, it seems to be the largest recalcitrant here. And then the others, of course, there have been fairly consistency insofar as the other departments are concerned. Did I go back? Approved human resource plan, because it has to be accompanied to accompany the structure. Again, community safety is not reported. The same applies to eGov and sports. Vacancy rates. The acceptable norming standard is 10% and below for departments to have their vacancies. Therefore, in the previous financial year, it stood at 12%, which is quite a worrying factor. But of course, it varies from department to department. COGTA or agriculture stands at 13 together with COGTA, community safety at 20%, eGov at 9, which is fine. The same applies to education and human settlements. But the concern, of course, is with roads and with sports. They're in the 30s, which is quite worrying, and one wonders what has been happening, because more often than not, when vacancies are not filled, people have to act in positions. It leads to burnout, service delivery gets affected, etc., etc. We're concerned as the Public Service Commission because the non-compliance with the norms and standards related to the vacancy rate as determined by the Department of Public Service and Administration creates a whole range of problems. And I've indicated also that it impedes the department's ability to carry out its legislative and constitutional mandate. We're hopeful that these matters will be taken on board quite expeditiously to deal with the challenges. There's a period in which we've picked up that positions would be left vacant for quite a considerable length of time. As you see the stats there, COGTA seems to have done reasonably well. Agriculture is not reported, so we can't say much about agriculture. Community safety has also not reported. And you can see how the dynamics are actually emerging. Our concern is that majority of vacant posts were vacant for longer than the prescribed period, and some were not disclosed. So they vary from 0 to even far below, longer than 12 months, which is a worrying factor. Time taken to fill the vacant posts. The stats are quite consistent there, as you can see what has transpired with the positions. I'll move to the next slide and talk about females at senior management. I think the province has done quite well to be moving at 53% where females are in charge of, or maybe they're in senior management positions, which is quite a significant change. And as per departments, females at senior management level, these are the statistics that we're presenting. There may be one or two departments that are still lagging behind. Hopefully they'll be able to catch up. Agriculture and social development, we're hopeful that they'll be able to pick up because their stats are quite low. Performance management and development. The filling of performance agreements by heads of departments is a very crucial aspect because it indicates the seriousness with which they're taking their responsibilities. And our concern is that in some instances that we may not necessarily have a performance agreement signed, and one would wonder how the performance is going to be measured. And as you can see with the statistics here, at the point at which we handled or we did collect the information, agriculture, the person was still acting there. COGTA, we did receive a signed one. They were filled, as you can see. So we're actually concerned with instances whereby people were acting and are still acting, and of course it becomes difficult to have performance agreements. The evaluation of the HODs, all of them are pending because information can only be done after the end of the financial year, so the evaluations will only happen later on. So we're still hopeful that we'll be able to receive the information pertaining to the assessments. Insofar as the other SMS levels are concerned, the compliance has not really been to the extent to which we thought it would be. It actually varies from department to department. Treasury, and I think Honorable Mamabolo would want to clap his hands, is 100%. But the others, it's actually totaling closer to the required figure. And the assessment of the senior managers, it also varies, as you can indicate. In some instances, it's still pending. Only a few departments have actually concluded that, especially for the SMS level. Annual salaries paid with no contract for senior managers. This is actually worrying. I think SCOPA would want to dig deeper into this matter to say, how do you pay people who don't sign contracts? And it's a matter that will have to be taken on board. Because as the Public Service Commission, we're concerned that some of the executives spent about 294 million on senior managers who could not be held accountable in 2020-2021, and 2021-22, and 2022-23, because they had no performance contracts. So it's a very worrying aspect. Let me go to the previous one. Chair, how am I doing time-wise? Okay. For officials at level 2 to 12, you can see the figure, especially the extreme, is not really pleasing at all. It could be different, but I'm sure things will change once this information is shared with the different departments to be able to do what they're supposed to do. The same applies to levels 2 to 12, still pending. Annual salaries paid with no contracts at all. You can imagine the amounts runs to 12 billion that has been paid. So it's a worrying fact. Let me go to the next one, because I think this is very crucial, around labor relations. As you can notice, disciplinary hearings finalized within 60 days. It actually varies, because under normal circumstances, the precautionary suspensions should be with pay, and the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council Resolution 1 of 2003 provides that a DC or disciplinary hearing should be held within 60 days. And this has not really been the trend and the case, and for us it's a very worrying aspect. Your green is within 60 days, so it's only 24% which has been handled within the time period. Beyond 60 days, it's about 76%. It's a huge amount, and therefore it's a source for concern. Maybe just as a RAD chairperson, the Public Service Commission took a decision that everyone who's on suspension as of now must go back to work by the end of October, and the cases have to be finalized if they were not finalized. Because the state can't continue to pay such huge chunks of money without accountability. Because when a person is on suspension, somebody else is acting on that position, you provide acting allowance. So it's double almost. So, and these are the trends that we thought we should display so that we can actually have a picture as to what is happening with the different departments. Grievances lodged. We've picked up a trend that in most cases, departments would allow grievances to lapse so that they should then be referred to the Public Service Commission for investigation. In other words, they are avoiding to do their work, and in that instance, it creates a pile-up for the PSC to do what departments ordinarily should be doing. Because we believe that issues and matters should be resolved at the lowest possible level, which is where the problem is in departments. So in terms of the grievance rules, heads of departments are required to report to the Public Service Commission on a 6-month basis or 6-monthly basis on the resolution of grievances, not allowing grievances to lapse and then they land up at the Public Service Commission. This enables the Public Service Commission to monitor and report on grievances in the public service broadly. So by 2022-23, we had about 1,333 cases or grievances that were lodged. But the picture changes as you go further. Because when you look into the picture here, these are the trends that have actually come about. And it begs the question, why do grievances come about? Why are they being raised? What are the issues? And why do they take so long to be resolved? And For us, what is important is the adherence to the time limits set out in the procedure, because that for us is absolutely important. The sooner it is resolved, the better, so that we can be able to have peace within the departments and not really continue to have these problems. So in as much as we have seen a spike from 48% to 51% for all departments in the province, there are isolated instances, especially if we take a department like health, whose grievances stand at 81%. And that for us is actually worrying. In conclusion, the PSC acknowledges and commends the positive progress that has been made, albeit varying, that the provincial government, especially the departments, are doing their best endeavors to comply with the constitutional values and principles. But we still believe that there are shortcomings that will have to be addressed and attended to, and we're hopeful that in the fullness of time we'll find a way in which we can be able to find situations whereby there are no grievances. But I do believe that there ought to be further engagements, especially in having sessions, workshops, and assisting departments to be able to do their work much more better. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mavuso. As you have indicated, we will have a discussion later about some of the information that is contradictory to what the Auditor General has presented. It's a question that we will discuss and debate later. We will now hand over to the Office of the Public Protector, Gauteng. I wasn't given the name, so you'll forgive me. I'll ask that you introduce yourself and you come over here. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that.
Moduni.
May we assist?
Greetings to everyone, to the chairperson, to the Honorable Premier, members of the provincial legislature, MECs, and the TG.
Just on point of order, Chair.
Can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm told there's a point of order. That's all right.
I thought the voting for the public protector is at 2 o'clock.
No, this is the Office of the Public Protector, Gauteng.
Yes. I am Khulile Mtigi. I'm the acting provincial representative in the Gauteng Provincial Office of the Public Protector in Bram. The Public Protector, how do you go up? Want to go for? Want to go? Yeah, no, next one. Press this one. Okay. Well, the Public Protector is an independent constitutional institution whose mandate is derived from Section 182 of the Constitution, read with Section 181 of the Constitution. Oh, I cannot even see. Yeah, it's fine. To support and strengthen constitutional democracy by investigating, redressing maladministration and improper conduct in state affairs. The Public Protector has the power the power is regulated by national legislation to investigate any conduct in state affairs or in public administration in any sphere of government. We have to report on that conduct and take remedial action. The Public Protector has also had additional powers and functions prescribed by the national legislation. The Public Protector may not investigate court decisions, and the Public Protector must be accessible to all persons and communities. And any report issued by the Public Protector must be open to the public unless exceptional circumstances to be determined in terms of national legislation require that report to be kept confidential. I'm not going to read mostly, I'm going to be very short. The Public Protector has 8 pillars. The first one is access, safe haven, vernacular, rights, footprint, complaints resolution, agreement, and self-protection. But the one that will need assistance from from this August House is this one of complaints resolution. We endeavor as a public protector that each institution must have its own complaint resolution mechanism, so that a person cannot just come to the public protector as an office of first instance. So that each department, if a person is not satisfied with any decision taken to by the department, they can be able to escalate it to an HOD of that department. We are not saying that because we want to decrease our work as the public protector, but we endeavor and we hope that every institution can have a complaints dispute resolution that a complainant can be able to escalate. The report of the public protector is binding according to this, and then because of the economic freedom fighters versus the speakers of the National Assembly and the others in the Constitutional Court, it stipulates that when a remedial action is binding, compliance is not optional. Whatever reservation the affected party must have about its fairness, appropriate or lawfulness. For this reason, the remedial action taken against those investigated cannot be ignored without any legal consequences. As the public protector, we also have outreach programs. We go all over South Africa trying to find out the province, trying to find out what are the problems of our citizens, how can we assist them. And we receive various complaints from various citizens, from numerous citizens. So our investigation, we ask what happened, what should have happened, is there a discrepancy? And if there's a discrepancy, we say, what is the remedy? This is our investigation process. I don't think I will go through that one. We also have a systemic investigation in the public protector. The intention of the systemic investigation is to address issues affecting larger groups and in so doing make a much broader impact and appropriate remedial action. These are the trends that we've been having in our complaints. Most of them is abuse of power, poor service delivery, irregular tenders, maladministration, undue delay, improper conduct. But mostly now, what we've been having is this thing called irregular billing. COE, COJ, every day it's like we are working for them because they are not being assisted there. So as a last resort, our people are coming to the public project. And this cannot be. A state institution must be able to resolve its own problem using its own policies and prescripts. We cannot take over a constitutional mandate of an institution. So in CO, these are the trends in municipalities. And most of our complaints, we get them from the city of Joburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Randwater, Mogale City, and Midvaal. As I said before, there's this one of irregular billing. We get them every day. I think there will be 15 people now already at the office about irregular billing. And then this one that is coming up is the storage issues. The infrastructure of storage, I think also is dilapidating all over the province. Those are the most that are coming up. And then there's those ones, irregular procurement, irregular appointments. Those ones are normal. The departments now, It has decreased the number of complaints that we get from each department. But mostly now that we are having is the Department of Health, Human Settlement, Department of Education, Roads and Transport, and DID. In the Department of Health, there is allegation of failure to pay service providers. There's a complaint about hospital refurbishments. Those hospital refurbishments, the department agreed that these people did the job in 2020, 2021, but now it's 2023. The people have not been paid. And what we see is that they will take it to court, but what about the supplier? And then in human settlement, like the billing issue, we get lots of allocation of, aren't you delayed to allocate RDP houses? That is, we have lots of them. It's like, aren't you billing? At our door, we say billing, human settlement, every day, allocation of houses. We wish also human settlement can have its own internal mechanism to deal with the complainants, so that if complainants do not come to the public protector, they must be answered at the Department of Human Settlement to inform them how far you are in your RDP allocation, etc. The other cases that you are busy with is the Maibuye Primary School in Tembisa. That case, that Maibuye Primary School, I think it started being built in 2015 or 2016, but it is not being occupied. It's not finalized. The children are not there. We hope intervention of the Premier and Treasury so that that school can be running next year or some other time. We hope, because we cannot have 6 years like that. And then the other problem that we are getting is the ones about failure to implement recommendation of forensic reports. The Office of the Premier implements commission reports, department commission reports, but now the problem that we are facing is that there are recommendations, there are findings, the report is delayed to be implemented. So the person comes to the public protector and complain about the same issues that we are complaining about. So that is another big problem that we are having. Because the Office of the Premier commissions this report and other departments, but no one is going and saying implement, because I think it will be, I don't know, wasteful expenditure, but why do you have a report but you do not implement it? But each case, you must look at each case. Okay, these are the cases that are under investigation. I will just go through them. As you can see, most of them are billing issues or human settlement matters. We have just put municipalities and departments, but we have lots of cases from Home Affairs, Labor. Home Affairs, maybe most people want to be citizens of South Africa. There are lots of them, even Labor, UIF, people are not paid. And that could have been helped if they had their own internal processes so that people can go to the HOD. A person cannot just come to the public protector. The HOD must pronounce so that we can take a decision. So this one is about our remedial actions when we have made a report. Most of these remedials are not being implemented. there are lots of reports here, but we are working with the DG, or we are going to work with the DG with speed of the Office of the Premier, at least by next year, April, is it March? So that all these orange not implemented to be implemented, or they must take us to court because our findings are binding. But we wish all the departments will assist us. We're going to give all these reports to the DG in the Office of the Premier, because he's the one who's been helping us, because most of the departments, when we write to them, it takes time for them to respond. But we have learned that if we just write to or call the DG, he calls his colleague, and then within 2 days, 3 days, the answer. But when we call them, it takes time. The public protector also have powers to refer a matter to institutions. I think in the last quarter we referred as the Gauteng office over 400 matters to different state institutions. Because people are coming to those state institutions, they do not feel assisted. They cannot escalate the matter. And then if they cannot escalate the matter, they come to the public protector as their last resort, because they feel that they are not helped by departments. So these are the challenges faced by the public protector during the investigation. As we have seen, implementation of remedial action of the report of the public protector, which we are going to address with the Office of the Premier. No acknowledgement complaints referred to the institution, and non-submission on progress on closed-out report on matter referred to that institution, lack of feedback to complainants on matter referred to the institutions, resulting in complainants returning to the PPSA for further intervention, undue delay to respond to allegation letters sent to institutions, failure to comply with response turnaround times. As our last resort as public protector, we have been requesting the DG again of the Office of the Premier to intervene. When we are not getting a response, we call the DG and say, please intervene, and then intervenes. But why must we do that as the public protector? When we write to a department, we hope that they will answer us. And we do not have to cry to the DG all the time. Okay, thank you. Yatogota,
Thank you very much for the presentation. Let me just indicate that, as I said at the beginning of our meeting, as I welcome Honorable Atkinson, the approach is that there are these institutions supporting democracy which are established. And in our understanding is that these are institutions that also support oversight or enhance oversight. And if we were to consider the report of the Auditor General in the way we should be able to also get reports from these various institutions so that it can give us a complete picture. Obviously, our responsibility as the committee is that having received and heard what these reports are saying, we will then ensure that we follow up with the various departments on progress made or reasons why there's no progress made. So I was aware that every time you kept on saying that you are going to refer to the DG. In fact, the reason that we called you here is because we want to take the matter up as a committee, and we know that our government is very responsive to a number of the questions that you ask. And I'm saying this because I want to introduce the Office of the Premier now, and I'm hoping that they won't be tempted to respond to everything, because we're still going to follow it up officially, the response or the questions. But let me get over to the Premier and the Office of the Premier. Over to you. You can come.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why we've got this podium.
thank you so much, Chair. Chairperson of SCOPA, Member Khaya, Izomito Khaya Kanyi. I was trying to avoid the name that I call him with, so it's very difficult when we're in the official sessions. But thank you so much, Member Sokaile Kanyi. Members of the committee, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to raise and share with you some of the issues. I also want to acknowledge the Office of the Auditor General, Office of the Public Service Commission, together with the Office of the Public Protector, and other institutions that the Chair has raised that they are here. I want to acknowledge MEC, responsible for finance in our province, together with the HOD of the department and the representative of the department. I also want to acknowledge those that have joined us, present here, and those that are joining us virtually, and also acknowledge the administrative staff that is providing the necessary support to our work. From the Office of the Premier's point of view, we really appreciate this session, Chair, and I want to thank you for continuously inviting us and reminding us to be part of the sessions. We really believe this is a platform that will assist us to resolve some of the matters that might need our immediate attention, and my presence here is an affirmation that we acknowledge the work provided by the departments and the institutions that came here to make a presentation. As indicated, Chair, that you are not encouraging us to respond to all the presentations that have been made. The DG will come and give you an outline of some of the areas that need our immediate attention and the areas that we expected to respond to. But I want to thank the Office of the Auditor General for playing a critical role and guiding us on areas that they felt that we need to be guided. We appreciate their frankness, and we also appreciate the manner in which they've concluded the 2022-2023 audit outcomes within the necessary timelines, but also ensuring that we give input and ideas on areas that they felt that need our immediate attention. And for that, we are grateful to the Office of the Auditor General. We are indeed encouraged by the audit outcomes. You can see that our departments have improved, and I fully agree with the Office of the Auditor General that we need to maintain, if not improve, where we are. I also want to thank the Public Service Commission Chair, Omavos, who have been up and down since your appointment, and I want to thank you, not only for the reports that you have provided, but the manner that you want us to resolve matters that you bring to our attention. I thought you will share with the committee of Mapus that probably I've met you more than I've met any other institution in trying to resolve the issues that we have. We are there. We always cooperate and always provide the information that we have. And I want to appreciate that. We also want to thank the Office of the Public Protector. I said to the team, the DG will confirm, we had an executive council meeting yesterday. And I said to the team, we need to establish a team that will track all these reports, Chair. Track all these reports and quarterly report so that we can check the departments that are not cooperating and the departments that are cooperating. So the presentation, therefore, today confirmed that there is an urgent need for us to move with speed. If you don't mind, Chair, let me allow the DG to go through all the responses that we're expecting from the Office of the Premier. And I will be here if there are areas that you feel that I need to clarify those particular areas. The name of the DG is not acting commissioner, is not acting, it's fully employed now. And I can assure you, it's only 2 departments of the 10 that are acting. I'm sorting out, I'm appointing, permanently appointing sports today. So I'll be left with social development and health that will sort out. Yeah, I can't, but there is any sort of. Thanks. DG, thank you so much.
So Premier, you said the name of the DG is not acting. That is his name. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. Thanks, Premier. My name, for the record, is Edward Musuwe. I have the privilege, Chairperson, to represent the Office of the Premier. We had the following responses to make, Chair, and I note that some of the elements may have been referred to in other reports in a summary version. I'm going to quickly go through these. There was an issue about the payment of compensation for life as Sidimeni. Chair, we're reporting that 529 claims were received after the arbitration award and were concluded. All of the 529 claims were verified. 418 of those qualified for compensation. There was a remaining 111 that do not qualify for any claims, and we wrote letters to those claimants disqualifying them, or rather indicating that they do not qualify. Similarly, there has been a decision to split the payment in 50-50, and we can confirm, Chair, that 50%, the first 50% of the compensation is to be paid to the affected family members or appointed member, and the remaining 50% is to be paid to the administrator or to the mental health care user through an administrator, a process through which was done through the Master of the High Court and consistent with the Mental Health Act. In light of the above information, Chair, we can confirm that 376 claims of the 50% component have already been paid to family members. There are 42 claims that are outstanding, and they are outstanding because they are being assessed to determine their completeness before claims can be paid. 90 claims have been paid to the 90 claims of the 50% that is due to the mental health care users have been paid to date. There are 15 claims in the current process that are being processed for payment, and these would vary in terms of the appointment of administrators through the Master of the High Court. I need to indicate that there are 293 claims that are awaiting finalization of the process of the Master of the High Court. It may not be on the report, but I could indicate that I met with the committee, the family committee, last week Friday. There are those in the family committee that do not want to go through the Master of the High Court process. And there are those that have proceeded. Those that don't want to go through the Master of the High Court process, they allege that they are equally capable as members of the family to administer the 50%, and why should it go in that way? We have decided at that meeting, Chair, that those that do not want to go through the Master of the High Court, they can declare a dispute and go to court. And we will act on the basis of what the courts will say, but we will comply with the 50%. There was a question about COVID-related cases that were referred to the Office of the Premier for investigation. We indicate here, Chair, that there are 2 cases that were referred, and the Anglo-Ashanti matter that involved the irregular supply chain processes related to the procurement, as well as the procurement of PPEs by the Gauteng Department of Health during the national state of disaster. In the slides that follow, we give an update on each of those matters. If I were to start with the matter on the complaints that were referred to the SIU as it related to irregular supply chain management processes related to PPE, you would know that we had received a referral on the 29th of December 2021 to assist the Department of Health to implement the recommendations in that report. 3 officials were immediately served with precautionary suspension letters on the 1st of February 2022. Can indicate, Chair, that this past week, because we submitted this report, there was a hearing sitting, and beyond the 13th of October, the next hearing would be between the 8th to the 15th of January. And we do know that the SIU has opened a case against some of those officials, as well as a civil action against those at the special tribunal. We also had a case in respect of the court order that the SIU had to freeze or get in terms of freezing the bank accounts of the 39 service providers. We do know that at this point in time, a total of 43 million rands has been frozen through the tribunal as obtained by the SIU. The matter in relation to the Anglo-Ashanti that included the 9 officials of the Department of Health and Infrastructure Development. We want to indicate at this point that all those 9 officials have been referred to disciplinary case, and in fact, the disciplinary case is also sitting. One of those cases was referred to the NPA, as well as having the SIU instituting a civil litigation referred to the special tribunal to have the contract set aside to the value of 588 million rands, as indicated. Chair, what follows in terms of question 2 are all the other investigations that were referred to the Office of the Premier, and we want to indicate that there are 76 cases that the office received during the 2022-2023 financial year, and if we were to ask what are those cases, 3 top misconduct cases or malpractices reported for investigations would fall into the category of corruption, and the Public Service Commission report began to give a summary, and I would not order detail, and I would prefer to save time, but we did an analysis of corruption related that would include either bribery, mismanagement of funds, allegations of the abuse of GG vehicles, procurement irregularities, and fraud. This is just but a demonstration of those areas as indicated, and I think the Public Service Commission was able to talk to those elements in a more level of detail. As it related, Chair, to a summary of investigations that are outstanding, we give 46 cases that are still in progress, department by department, and as you indicated, some duplication. There are those cases in education or economic development that was classified under procurement irregularities. In education, it's about appointment irregularities. In eGov, procurement irregularities. So there is an element of synergy in terms of the report what we are saying here to what the Commissioner would have indicated, and we give a sense of the timelines in each case of when those cases were submitted, the planned date of action, and when the report would be issued. Where you see not applicable, it would suggest that the Office of the Premier, having analyzed the case, we felt that it did not warrant the office to investigate, but rather refer to the department for the department to investigate on its own. And you will see in a number of cases where it says date report issued, it means that that case, having been reported to ourselves on the basis of an analysis that we did, we felt that the department would then be in a position to close those matters, having dealt with them. And this is an indication of the different departments. That was Human Settlements, Office of the Premier. There was an allegation of an appointment, an irregular appointment, and we give a sense of the investigation that we're dealing with, and those reports continue in that. Chair, while we're talking about those investigations that may still be open, there are those reports where we have finalized investigations, and we can give an indication of 30 cases having been finalized in the period under review, and this would include those that involve allegations of bribery of kickbacks in the Department of Community Safety, those that were reported in education from victimization and nepotism at the school level. Some of these, when you talk about victimization and nepotism, it would have also arisen at the school level. Mismanagement of funds, also involving school governing bodies in some instances. And we therefore give a sense of all of those cases that have been finalized. As it relates then, Chair, to an assessment that we made on recommendations that were made by departments, and I think the Office of the Public Protector was also indicating some of these elements, as much as the Commissioner also spoke to these. We want to report on the extent to which the recommendations per department or entities would have been concluded and the amounts recovered, and we give a sense. And I think this is almost consistent with what the Commissioner would have reported, and I would not want to take too much time, Chair, because it just begins to demonstrate the relationship of the two reports in this particular area. These are areas that we continue to monitor, and in our monitoring, we hope that we'll be able to get the accounting officers to ensure that these recoveries are actually realized. As in terms of question 5, Chair, the big question that has been asked is, what is the capacity? Why do we take so long in some instances to conclude on cases? And I think it was about an assessment of the capacity in the office to deal with these cases to ensure timely conclusion. Chair, what we then give in the next slides is our recovery plan. Since we came in, we decided that let's look at what capacities we have, how can we enhance that and strengthen it, and you will see that at the key among those was to ensure that we fill the vacant post of a chief director in forensics. That will allow us, and I must indicate on this one, Chair, in the last 2 months, we had interviews conducted, but we were unable to fill the post. We have now gone to a post of headhunting because the candidates that we would have received, we were unable to get the persons with relevant skill and competency mix that would deal with this. But equally, we give you a sense of the different levels of additional capacity that we have put in this particular regard. And we hope that as we continue to capacitate this unit through the actions that we have given in our recovery plan, we should be able to accelerate the functions and investigations as are indicated in this particular regard. We have given in each case, Chair, as part of our recovery plan, what would have been a deficiency or a gap that we noted, among them a weakness in lead analysis and what it is that we are doing. In fact, we have picked up that many of the officials that we have this capacity, and we are allocating a number of cases per official, and we are monitoring them on a weekly basis. And we hope that with that process, we should get to a point where we are able to manage the number of cases that we will deal with. Non-uniformity of reports that are issued. So there's an element of standardization that we also have to deal with. Chair, as I conclude, in terms of the PFMA audit outcomes for the Office of the Premier, I don't want to over-elaborate on this matter because the Premier has spoken about it. The Auditor General himself has spoken about it. It is also public knowledge that for the last 10 years, the Office of the Premier has maintained a clean audit outcome. We are looking at ways of continuously improving through the leadership processes, oversight functions, but there are areas that are also of concern that we have to put a control environment around in order that we can improve on those. And these specific areas, Chair, would range from operational systems of internal control in the office, conflict of interest, which is a matter that has happened. Just one official having a conflict of interest makes the whole department look bad. And I think it's something that we're dealing with. Procurement at the level of contracts, but finally leave management. Chair, this concludes the report and questions that were asked of the department, and we want to thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msu. Those were the reports we asked for from the Public Service Commission, the Auditor General's Office and Gauteng Business Unit, the Public Service Commissioner, as I said, and the Public Office of the Public Protector Gauteng. Premier, I must say to you, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury is our friend when we do oversight, because they, together with them, we work very closely to ensure that we do oversight on the compliance with the PFMA. So when you see them here, you must see them as our friends. So if they want to ask you questions, don't be surprised because they are our friends. They assist us to enhance our oversight. I want to open this for comments. Let me just clarify this process so that there's clarity. We have invited the four to give us a sense of the broader issues which are going to empower us when we start getting into detail on each department. So I'm hoping that honorable members, these are just going to be questions for now, not comments, because obviously we'll have comments when we get into details. But I can't restrict you if you want to make comments. But I appreciate that if you can try and get as much information from our stakeholders that we've invited, which is going to assist us in our process in the next few weeks as we do oversight. Let me then open up. We've invited also, Premier, so that you don't be surprised, there are chairpersons from other committees who are here because we thought it's important that they understand some of the issues that are raised. So if they do ask questions, because they've got a right to participate, so don't be surprised about that. So, other members, questions, comments? Questions, comments? If it's a comment, a brief comment. Honorable Mncube, Honorable Kekan after that, Honorable Masuku, in that order, Honorable Mncube.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to all that are here, starting with the Honorable Premier and everybody. Let me appreciate the presentations from the AG, the PSC, and Auditor General, which is clear in terms of their findings and their concerns. And also appreciate that there is great improvement in terms of the financial handling of the province, which is a great achievement, though there are those some red flags that are there. But the Premier has just recommitted that all the findings that are presented here, he will ensure that they are followed up. I think what is key from where I sit, where they say in terms of the financial misconduct at the senior level, there seems to be some challenges in charging them, which is a cause for concern. Otherwise, the whole information is with us, and also appreciate that the improvement of the performance of the departments, it's through the rigorous oversight by the portfolio committees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Kekana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the Premier, honorable members, the MEC, and the officials at large. Chair, I think you are spot on to say that our partners, the public protectors, the PSC, the AG, these institutions that support democracy, indeed are assisting us to do our oversight effectively. And it is quite evident in the recommendations that have been made today to show that indeed our strength or the oversight work that we are going to be doing will be enhanced. And I want to particularly refer to the recommendations made by the PSC today and really emphasize the point that these are some of the recommendations that we as a committee has to follow up on. For instance, he mentioned something like all the people in the acting positions and to go back to work, those that are suspended to go back to work so that they do their work and they don't have to compensate for acting positions and so on. And also the issue about the dispute resolution mechanism that has been introduced by the Office of the Public Protector. I think it's very important, Chair, because the amount of work that has been imposed upon the Office of the Public Protector is just too much. That's why cases take so long to be adjudicated on. So, and in terms of the vacancy rate, those are the things that as a committee we will be able to look deeper into and be able to follow up on. So I think these presentations are quite enlightening, and they are going to assist us to fast track some of the issues that have been very difficult for us to break through. And some of the information has not been coming through in the departmental reports, but through these institutions, we are able to get a sense of what actually is the problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masuku.
Thanks, Chair, and we want to welcome the presentations from all the presenters. I've got 4 comments and maybe one big question at the end, which relates to the department that we are doing oversight on community safety. In all respects, what was indicated from the Public Service Commission was that the Community Safety Department has not reported on many things. There are no reports presented, which is quite worrying in that regard, because it's one of the elevated priorities, and if there's no reports forthcoming, it will be a big actually problem. Maybe the Commissioner can assist if there's any indication what could be the reason, or is it issue of capacity, which we have also noted in that space. The other issue that I want to raise is the issue that I raised yesterday with you, Commissioner, on the vacancy rate. And I clearly, vividly remember that in one of your findings, you had, in actual fact, taken a decision that block adverts are illegal, or they are outside the framework, or they are outside the law. And I think yesterday you didn't clarify, but I think I want to bring it here because the same issue about vacancy rate still comes up, and the manner in which the province has responded in the commission had said that they are not lawful. I remember it quite well. It's one of the findings that you actually you made. The third one is the issue of organizational structure. With changes of mandates of some of the departments, I'm not sure how fast and quick the organizational organogram could be done. I know that health has got a very complex structure which is very difficult, but with the new introduction, particularly in community safety, of the crime prevention wardens, what effect would it be in terms of organizational structure in that regard, and all the other departments in terms of their mandates that have changed? You know that the eGov and COCTA, so there are a lot of changes in the mandates of the department. The last bit of my comment will be on the, justice delayed is justice denied. And one thing that I agree with you is that some of the disciplinary processes that have been initiated for many of the officials, have been very frivolous, to say at least, and that's why there's a lot of delay in terms of moving with speed, in terms of concluding those cases. I see the Office of the Premier has indicated some of the cases that started in 2021 and they're still ongoing for 2024. I'm not sure what is it that is happening there, but indeed it's a very expensive exercise that people get suspended on pay, and on the basis of some of these charges are very actually frivolous. I might say, from where I'm sitting, I might not be an expert in labor relations or law, but some of them you could see. They are the latest that we have seen now in social development. So, I'm certain you are going to get some of those cases. And the other thing is that the public protector, you've got outstanding reports that you have not you have not put out, and they are not mentioned there. And I think this one will take it out, but as an affected party, you have an outstanding report that you have to take out. Walking around with clouds on our heads is not very nice, and it's prejudice done by a state organ, which is supposed to promote democracy, but you promote prejudice on injustice. I will take it outside with you. But justice delayed is justice denied. And maybe next time we need to have the SIU here, because the provincial government has got a contract, it's a contract with SIU to investigate some of the matters in the province. And I think in terms of oversight, it might be helpful, Chair, as much as we know that some of the findings of the SIU are not binding by law. They are also just opinion in many respects. And maybe the issue of the capacity, we need to extend this issue and ask whether do they have, including the public protector, do you have capacity to do proper investigations you know, or you just do a desktop reading documents and then make a conclusion, which can be very damning to that effect. Particularly, you carry public power, you know, you walk around with public power. So I think the SIU next time when we have the engagement of this nature, they should be here so that we can be able to somehow, I'm not sure if we do have the powers, but somehow have them to account on some of the findings and some of the things that they're investigating. I don't think a third-party report from the Premier's office will help in this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just before you respond, I also have got 3 questions. Before that, Honorable Malema.
Yes, Premier. Thank you very much, Premier, for clarifying that. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone in the House. Let me also take you in welcoming the 4 presentations that were made. I've got only one clarity-seeking question here. In his opening remarks, Mr. Mavuso from the Public Service Commission said something about some open contradiction between his presentation and that of the AG's report. I would gladly want to request that, I would gladly want to receive those contradictions specifically so that at least we have a full appreciation of what are those and then what are the implications of those statements. I mean, if the AG says this and the Public Service Commissioner says this to the contrary, then what are the implications of that? Thank you very much.
No, sorry, Chair. Maybe just to, as my last comment, I think I forgot to actually applaud the departments on the improved level of audit outcomes. I think it's commendable. Much as we bash them, we can't only bash them, but if they do well, we must also applaud them so that we encourage them to do even more, much better. So it is welcome and commendable, Chair. Thank you very much.
In my my questions, let me start where Honorable Malema left off. For instance, I have seen that the Public Service Commissioner reports on unauthorized expenditure that they've increased. And I think it's something that you must sort out with the Office of the AG, because I don't think that this year we do have any unauthorized expenditure. I think it was just this, where you reported on I think it's irregular or unauthorized, it was fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I think you mixed the numbers because you said there's nothing there when I know that there's something, but it's something that we'll sort out. Maybe just go back to the Public Service Commission again. You've made a statement that you've taken a decision that those officials who are not at work, who are being investigated, must go back to work. If you can just clarify that, whether you've already engaged also with the various departments, the implications, because I think there are reasons why people are asked to be not in the office when investigations take place. But if you can get clarity on that from you, particularly whether you've engaged with them and what that is the departments and what do they see. To the Office of the AG, are you able to, we've noted that this time around, the reporting on the UIF and W is not included in the main report. I think it's for the previous years. It's reported in a separate section. And when you go through your report, you seem to suggest that you haven't audited that part. If we can just get the sense, what are the implications or what's your understanding about this form of reporting? I know it was an instruction from the National Treasury, but if you can get a sense around that. To the Premier's office, Premier, and maybe Honorable MEC Mamabulo can also respond to this. I know that in our previous reports, we were told that the Office of the Premier has prioritized assisting departments to deal with audit reports or to deal with the negative reports that we get there. And there was a task team established. I think it's a task team on UIFW or something like that, that was supposed to be looking into all those things. If you can just give us a sense if that task team is still continuing. I might have missed the name task team. I think there were some teams that were established to look at several things. If that team is still there, and is it still going to be assisting? Because I think, if I'm not wrong, the fact that we've got these improvements, maybe it's some of those interventions that would have helped. So it's important that we continue to encourage their existence. Thank you very much. We'll start with the PSC, then the Auditor General's Office, then I don't think there were questions to the Office of the Public Protector, but if there's something you want to say, you'll do so, then I'll give it over to the Premier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think most of the questions come from Honorable Masuku, and these are very pertinent questions. Indeed, the problem with community safety is that they've not been reporting. In most instances, would make follow-ups to inquire from them what has actually transpired, would always get a nil response. We even went to the extent of indicating to them that we'll issue the subpoena to be able to get the information required. So we've given them some time lag to be able to respond. Hopefully before the end of this month, we'll be able to get something. If they don't, we'll issue the subpoena. The HOD will have to be charged and may end up in prison, which is something that we don't necessarily take very lightly. So indeed, it's a very serious matter that we've not really been getting responses that are satisfactory. The matter pertaining to vacancy rates, I did mention earlier on that, for example, there must be a clear human resource plan that is provided. And that human resource plan must also be linked to the organizational structure, which has to be approved by the Department of Public Service and Administration. If those things are not properly handled, it creates a problem. But the vacancies by themselves, sometimes there doesn't seem to be appetite to fill the posts. We don't know the reasons why, and I think these are matters that will have to be followed up so that in instances whereby the vacancy rates are far above 10%, I do believe that the committees responsible may have to make follow-ups in that respect for them to be able to find out why that is the case, because it cannot really be countenanced. I did indicate earlier on that in instances where you do have vacancies, you have people coming to act in those positions, and it really creates burnout in some of the instances, and others cannot necessarily cope. So it requires quite urgent attention because it also impacts on service delivery. Insofar as disciplinary actions are concerned, indeed, we are very, very concerned about that because indeed there has been a spike that we've picked up. Whether they're frivolous or otherwise, for us it's a huge concern. But I want to touch on the matter that you raised, Chairperson, around the suspensions or prolonged suspensions. One of the examples that we picked up, particularly in the Eastern Cape, was that there was a person who was in the Department of Education who was suspended with pay and has been on suspension for 15 years. He was only discovered later on when he came to claim his performance bonus, that it was discovered that he's been on suspension. He actually disappeared under the radar, which is completely unacceptable. We do have other instances where people have been on suspension for 3 years, etc., and we wonder why there hasn't been any action taken. So the blanket decision that the Commission has taken was that let departments do their work. Let accounting officers make sure that people are disciplined. And if we bring them back so that they can then be able to institute those disciplinary actions or hearings, things will be much, much more better. The background is because of those kinds of experiences that have been picked up, because it has become a trend whereby people will just disappear and they'll be forgotten, and it become business as usual. So Once they are here in the office to be able to be accounted for, and for them to be taken on board insofar as the charges are concerned, it then it clears the deck, and we can be able to know what is transpiring in that situation. The contradictions between the AG and the PS's reports, they are not necessarily fundamental, but it depends on the nature of the information that is being provided to the PSC and the information that is provided to the AG. Sometimes when we probe on the questions, we then find that indeed there's unauthorized expenditure that has transpired, whereas it could have been reported differently to the AG. Perhaps it's the nature of our own investigations that elevate the kind of responses that we get. And I'm sure we can also have an interaction with the AG's office and be able to find common causes as to how best we can ensure that there doesn't appear to be any contradictions in what we do. I'm not sure if there's any information that I've left out, or the block adverts that Honorable Masuku was asking about. It's a matter that I think we may have to engage further to be able to clarify, because I may not necessarily have all the information at my disposal now, but I'll definitely take it up. Thank you, Chair.
On the issue of officials going back to work during suspension?
Chair, I think I did indicate that we've given an ultimatum that they will have to be, if they are not charged and there are no cases taking place, there's no reason why they should be on suspension. So there must be clear reasons why people are being put on suspension. Ordinarily, when a suspension is put on a person to say that they're being suspended, pending investigations. Investigations can't take 3 years. Investigations can't be taking 18 months. They should be as swift as possible, and as earlier on alluded to, justice delayed is justice denied. The promptitude in taking action is absolutely imperative to make sure that we can be able to resolve these matters quickly.
Mr. Kabekulu?
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you to the members for the questions. Maybe, Chair, let me start with the potential contradictions between ourselves as well as the PSC. Our point of departure would be what gets to be submitted by the departments and the entities in terms of their financial statements, their annual performance reports, as well as the annual reports, which I suppose are then will be tabled in the public domain. I do suspect that when it comes to the PSC in the interrogation of the work, there could be timing issues in terms of how you process the information. But I think indeed, let's sit together. Then we can indicate from where I'm seated, in the current day in the province, the figures are what we presented insofar as irregular expenditure is concerned, no unauthorized, as well as the fruitless. So I think let's take the opportunity to engage with PSC so that we can indicate areas where they need to perhaps consider looking at the information in a manner that would have looked at it from our side. Chair, the question around irregular expenditure, directly from yourself, from our side, we have audited non-compliance with the relevant prescripts, PFMA and other enabling legislation. And where we have identified instances of significant non-compliances, we have reported on those accordingly. And the departments have subsequently disclosed irregular expenditure where they need to audit, where they need to disclose. The issue of where it's being disclosed in the annual report, which is what you're referring to, Chairperson, in the province, I don't think we've significantly been affected by that, but the PH's office is here. All that I can say is the audit reports talk to what is sitting in the annual report to the extent that there are relevant prescripts that the departments needed to comply with, and we've opined accordingly. in terms of the non-compliance that are there in the province, as well as in instances where there are no non-compliances. I hope that addresses the question, Honorable Chairperson. It can also get technical in terms of the other disclosures, in terms of the Treasury regulations, be it in terms of investigations or other irregular expenditure under assessment. But I think the Provincial Treasury is here to also talk to that one. Honorable Malema, I think I did address your question around the potential contradictions from where I'm seated. I think as indicated earlier on, the numbers that we have in our report are the ones that talk to the annual report. And of course, it could be an issue of the timing aspect insofar as the PSC work is concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Unless I made a mistake, I don't remember any questions directed to the Office of the Public Protector. Maybe I can hear from you if there's any. No, there wasn't. Honorable Premier.
Thank you so much, Chair. This thing of using nicknames when you come to official meetings, you forget people's names. Thanks, Chair. Truly appreciate that. Member Ngube, indeed, we want to establish a permanent reporting structure to follow up on all outstanding matters. Some of the issues I was checking with the DG, you see them here for the first time, and you ask yourself, how did they escape our reporting channels or processes? So we will establish a forum where we can take these reports and understand them better. Indeed, Member Kekana, we have improved. The challenge is, and I don't want to use this forum as a complaining session. I want to paint one picture. The Public Service Commission will say to us, your vacancy rate is 10% to fill posts. And Treasurer will tell you, you can't fill all those posts, you don't have the money. And now you have to do biggie mabelan. Which one do you respect? Which one do you follow up? I'm speaking to you now. I'm told the Public Service Commission, the Public Service Department, they switched off PESAL, switched off, which simply means we can't employ. And next year, the Public Service Commission is going to come here and make a presentation that the vacancy rate is at 15–16%. So it's that balancing act sometimes that makes things difficult. The same relates to the disciplinary hearing. We have a constitution say people have the right to representation. And they come to a hearing, they know it must be concluded within 60 days. What they do, they change lawyers, they change representation. And the new lawyer says, no, I've just been given this thing now. I need to go and study the reports. And he says to me, you must finish this case within 60 days. Should I tell the lawyer to say, no, with or without you? And it has representation, people get sick, and you can't determine that within the next 60 days you must not get sick. We are charging you, you must be fresh and proper. People come with mental cases, stress and other things, and you need to listen to them. And you don't know if somebody says, I'm admitted at hospital for how long. It's the rigidness sometimes of the reporting mechanism that, I mean, I know there's one case that I'm personally dealing in the office that affects the Department of Health and Department of DID. We are charging 9 people there. And we want to charge them collectively because we really believe that there was collusion. But all of them want individual charge sheet, an individual legal an individual hearing. So Do you think that the 9 that we've charged, we can conclude it within 60 days? The suspension and other things become extremely difficult. So it's just the management and how we comply to certain elements that are either part of the democratic principles that we have adopted, but also the mandate of various institutions. And some people, and I don't want to blame the public protector, they do something that I call forum shopping. They complain to you, you set up a process. When they see the internal process is not going to be favorable to them, they go to the next forum, public protector. When they see that the public protector is not going to give them, they go to SIU. So they just have forum shopping all over. One matter, it makes all of us to run like headless chicken. These are democratic platforms, and therefore you must allow people to utilize them. You can't stop them and say, no, man. You can't go to the public protector. I'm still concluding this particular process. So it's the respect of various forums which strengthens our democracy. It's very important, and we must appreciate that. But also, sometimes it competes with the deadlines that are given by other institutions that they need us to deal with. I think Member Masuku captured the vacancy rate correctly within the Department of Community Safety. We will follow up on that one. I'm glad they've responded on the block adverts so that we deal with these things. The organizational structure, to me, it's supposed to be agile, and it's supposed to respond to the strategic posture that we need to take. And I want to use safety, for example. We want, in this particular province, whatever that we are doing, all of us here, if we can't fight crime and push back crime, we are not going to attract investment, we are not going to attract people to come with their families here, and our people are not going to enjoy the facilities that we have here. We can't have a province that is cosmetic, have so many important social facilities, but by 7 o'clock it dies, because everyone wants to be in their families, or else we're going to die. We are going to be kidnapped, we are going to be hijacked. So the economic performance of our province does not reach its potential. And we need to fight this crime to ensure people can enjoy the parks, people can enjoy, even if you don't have beaches, they can go and enjoy all these particular nice tourists. But we don't, purely because we have to fight crime. And we said to the relevant institutions that are responsible for this, we are prepared to hire 6,000 young people to be every corner so that they can assist us to fight crime. That process of ensuring you protect your own citizens is now taking more than 18 months and you don't even have a decision. It does not work that way. You can't. This one needs you this decision. When you provide this decision, the other one must give concurrence. You need a separate thing. So you will never be in a position to move with speed to deal with issues. You can't. We want to convert this province to a cashless environment, because if you remove cash in Gauteng, the cash in transit are gone, ATM bombings are gone, business, you go to eGov, and eGov, get me a developer who can ensure that sponsor shops and I think can get a cashless something machine, develop it quickly. To hire that person to develop that machine and do that things, I must get an approval from Public Service Commission. By the time I get that approval, it's 18 months, 19 months. So the efficiency of the state to move with times and allow us to confront the challenges that we are facing as government, unfortunately, it's rich. And you can't blame those that develop the rules, because they developed the rules before technology and many other things came into effect. So we need to make some adjustment, Member Masuku. I agree. It is some of the things that we need to deal with. And I'm glad that you are also proposing that we need to invite the SIU to be part of this discussion so that they themselves can put their side of their story on this matter. Chair, you raise the work that we are doing with Treasury to support departments on audit outcomes and the results that we have. Indeed, there is that team based within the Treasury just to monitor and assist department and strengthen areas where we need to improve. So we will strengthen that and ensure that the department can do the work the way they need to do it. I need to conclude by saying this forum to us strengthens the work between various components on how government is functioning. You might have Treasury today as your friends. They remain our permanent friend when we deal with issues of finances in our province. And they're very, very sharp. We are dealing with cost containment because we need to manage costs. But at the same time, we need to adhere to the request of this institution. So we will balance whatever that we can balance. Where we will fault or make mistakes, please guide us better. But we are more willing to cooperate and more willing to make your task easier as well as a committee. And when departments come to you, please be kind to them. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Premier. We are going to take a break. I know that the Premier won't join us after this. In fact, you already concluded the work with the office. So if the PSC wants to remain after the break, we'll appreciate that. But if you've got other commitments, it's fine. We're going to have a discussion with Treasury about some of the things that they have observed. So if I know the Auditor General's office is going to stay because we're with them the whole day. The Office of the Public Protector, if you would like to stay, you're welcome. But if you've got other commitments, you will be excused. But thank you very much for this session. We'll come back at 11:30. Thank you very much.
Good it's morning still. Good morning, MEC and Chairperson and members and everyone in the meeting. My name is Xolo Sonodada from Gauteng Treasury. I'm here on behalf of MEC Mamabulo and HOD Mian. So I'm not gonna take us through the audit outcomes because AG has already done. But what I want us to talk about are the key audit risk areas that we are trying to look at, and obviously that scope I can then assist in oversight. So we know we've had some improvements in the audit outcomes. However, we still have areas where we are unqualified, but with findings that we want to look at, and then a few other issues and entities that we want to then bring up to the fore so that we are all on the same path. So what we're trying to do, or what we're looking at in order to reduce repeat findings, is we are reviewing action plans to ascertain if the action plans are aligned to the findings. Because sometimes you find people are just doing action plans that are really not addressing the findings at the end of the day. Then we're having bilaterals with departments and entities on the clean audit strategies that we mapped with MEC on the 31st of March. So this we are doing individually with departments, and because we're looking at all of the three areas. So when I'm saying we're looking at it, I'm saying it's Treasury as in PH's office, it's P Provincial SCM, it's GES for the Gauteng's internal audit, and that also includes Office of the Premier relating to performance information. And then we are providing training on identified areas of weaknesses where necessary in relation to financial reporting. We are requiring departments to fully utilize SEP and asset management systems to ensure accurate and credible financial information, because that's where you find most of the misstatements at, where if you're not fully into SEP, then you have information that's outside that cannot be reconciled properly, and where asset management systems are not used fully. That's where you then have issues there. And then on performance information, we have Office of the Premier, reviewing APP indicators, targets, and technical indicator definitions in areas of qualifications. But over and above this, Office of the Premier is reviewing APP targets to align to what AG is looking at, auditing the lived experience. Are we in our APP able to then bring this in so that we are not outside of what AG is looking for? And then we are also conducting internal audits on areas of qualification, which is GES. One of the issues that we have in the province is, I think the Public Service Commission has said this, there are vacancies. And this particularly looks at the key management vacancies that have effect on the audit outcomes. So where you will see economic development, they haven't had a head of SCM for a long time, but there's one starting in November. Health has a Hollywood of some sort, acting accounting officer, CFO, and head of SCM. So basically there you don't have stability. Education also has an acting head of department. Transport and community safety, head of SCM, and then acting accounting officers in sports and agriculture. And then DID has an acting SCM because the issue of investigations earlier. This one speaks to entities. So you'll see the GTA, CFO there, and Gambling Board. There's acting. Film Commission, GFLIT has an acting CEO and CFO, and MSD also has an acting CEO. So like I said, these issues result in instability in the department, poor quality of information submitted because really accountability issues there. And then we literally have challenges with departments finalizing MIs issued by AG. and then this creates a culture of lack of consequence management. Also, you will see on the irregular expenditure, some of these are not implemented because of the same. So the next slide speaks to, before I go to the next slide, so all of the areas that I have indicated on top, those are the areas that we would really like Scopa's assistance in the oversight as well. Unauthorized expenditure. So this unauthorized, there's currently no unauthorized expenditure. This one stems from 2005-6, if I'm not wrong. It has been approved and has been enacted. The department just needs to implement before the end of the financial year. This slide speaks to the irregular expenditure. As at the end of March, as at the end of the financial year, we had a balance of 43.4 billion. And you can see the leader there is health. And in the year, we've only had 5 billion that has been condoned. And also in the current year, amount of 5.7 has been confirmed as irregular. So when we're saying confirmed, this is what has been, we know this is confirmed irregular, but there are some that are still under assessment, under investigations, and like AG indicated earlier, these are now taken out of the financials. They're sitting in the annual report, but we are not losing sight of them. We are asking departments to still report on this on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, so we can keep up. This picture here is for Q1. I know Scopa had requested Q2, but we'll only have these figures at the end of October, so I've given you Q1. Q1, we have 1.4 billion that's already confirmed as irregular. And you'll see the leader is health over there. But I think the issues with health, we all know there's a history of tenders that never get finalized. Security, cleaning, what do you call the other thing? I forget the name, but it relates to medical purchases. I forget the name now, but yeah. So out of in the first quarter, we've only approved condonations of 71 million. So, like I've already said, out of let me go back, the 44.8 at the end of the financial year, that's reported as irregular, right? And out of the condonations that we have done, the 71, there is another 7.1, not 70, 7.1 that has been referred back to departments. This means it's been submitted and there were issues that we came across. But look at the picture, I'm saying 7.1 has been submitted and referred back, but the balance is 44 billion. So there's a lot of irregular that goes back that has not been looked at or submitted by departments. And I think for some of these, this is not unique to Gauteng. Provinces across they have old irregular expenditure where they cannot find documents anymore. And one of the things is that we're having conversations with National to say, how do we move when we don't have? Because we cannot keep having it for the longest time. So these are some of the reasons that we have referred this back and some of the reasons why they are not submitting. Firstly, it's the lack of applications for condonations for reasons I've said, meaning some are old, they don't have. An unavailability of documentation to support the condonations that they have given us or the historical. And in some that we've referred back, there's a slow response in providing, the required documents. In some, the investigations are not complete or the required tests have not been done. So that's some of the info. Those are some of the things that they need to then go ahead and do. And in some of the condonation requests that we get, there is a lack of implementation of recommendations, meaning, like we said, consequence management is an issue. It's really not happening. And I think what we're saying is accounting officers and accounting authorities should be held accountable for the continuing flouting of SCM legislation and prescripts in the departments and entities. This information relates to entities as at the end of the financial year. we had an opening balance of 1.8. Only 26 was confirmed, but 22 of that has been condoned. The 14 was not condoned but removed. But so maybe the difference, or when we're saying not condoned but removed, in some cases you will find that for one reason or the other, the condonation committee is not in a position to condone, right? When that happens, the accounting officer can go back and revisit and make a determination and then get it removed for one reason or the other. Or it might have been put there as possible irregular instead of on the other sheet, but then it has been removed. As at the end of Q1, entities had accumulated 5.3 irregular, and 10.5 of that was condoned. Okay, I've already spoken to that. Okay, so this slide speaks to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure does not get condoned by Treasury, it gets condoned by the accounting officer. But obviously there must be assessment and investigations that must be done before that has been written off. So what we're saying here, you are seeing accounting officers not actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. This is literally within their space, but they are not moving either with condemnations or investigations. So if we look at this, let's take health for example. Most of the fruitless expenditure from health relates to interest on late payments, but the bulk of it comes from interest on litigations. So if you get a letter of whatever and you don't pay within the required timelines, you are then subjected to interest. So that's one of those things. So these are some of those things that they then need to look at, and they are not looking at and they're not removing. I think there's one department that literally condones every year or writes off every year: education. You'll see every year they'll have confirmed, and they will go ahead and they will then write that off. That's the picture as at Q1. I've already spoken to that, so I'm going to move. This one speaks to entities. Entities, it's the same. There's really lack of condonation across the board. So I'm going to move, and then I'm going to go to 30-day payment compliance. Right. So at the end of the financial year, the entire province was at 99%. No, I'm wrong. It was at 59% compliance. 59%. If you see the numbers in red, the departments that are always below 80%. Social development, we've only had them once at 80%, and then we have health that's consistently performing at a low. I don't know what to say about health, but we'll go on. I'll come back to health. So if you look at DID, we've split DID because DID has invoices that belong to client departments. If you look at their own invoices, they literally start improving from June, and then they kind of go down, but consistently they are in the 90s, which is commendable. But if you look at the client department invoices, that's where we have issues. And mainly these relate to health. And I don't want to go into reasons why this and that, but we know the issues of cash in health, but there are other issues over and above the cash issues, which is why that is very low there. But if you then bring in those, then a DID performs at 77%, right? So the total for the year for the province is 59%. If you take out the worst performing departments, because we want to look nice sometimes, we are at 99% as a province. And so one of the issues that we have, I am very bad at pressing this thing. Okay, I'm going to come to the issues of health. This is up to Q2 of the current year. We are able to have Q2 on this one because we have the information on our own. you'll see that health is slightly improving, right? From July, they're at 76%, August is 55%, September is at 70%. And you'll see DID is also improving. Mainly, they are at 99% for their own, and they're at 98% on the department's own. And I think one of the reasons here is that now health is creating their own POs for the work that is being done by DID. So one of the problems that we have, so if you look at health, like I said, you'll see there's some improvement. But I think what we're trying to say here is that health is going to decline in the latter part of the year because they're going to run out of their cash for goods and services. This is due to the payment of litigations, right? And currently, because health is not paying because they have not budgeted for this, then the sheriff of the court literally attaches their bank account. And once it's attached, we really don't have a choice but to make the funds available. And as at the end of September in the current year, from 1st of April, 359 million has been paid to the sheriff of the court. That means that's 359 that we could have used to deal with, pay suppliers on time and this and other, right? One of the things that we're trying to do at health to improve, but obviously this is outside of the cash availability. The reason that they are picking up is because they're now implementing what we've always said. You pay what has been in the system the longest, you pay it first. So then you are able to see your improvement in your 30 days. And then we are looking at older invoices that are older than 21, 22. They are subjected to a verification process by the Department of Health with our assistance, obviously, to eliminate duplicates and some possible fraudulent payments. We are looking at analyzing the purchase orders and close those where they are no longer required. The rule here is that if you don't use it for 3 months, you close it. But we know the issues at health, then they create them longer so that they have that commitment sitting there. We are looking at enhancing the system so that you no longer have the option to select. We look at your available funds and then we pay what's oldest, the first, so that there's no manual intervention. So we are also making funds available to settle all accrued payments after the cleanup process that would then be done by health. So what I've given you here is the picture of the contingent liability of the province. But obviously, I want us to look specifically at health. They have 17 billion worth of cases that they are dealing with currently. And this is for the prior financial year, right? And at the end of the financial year, they had paid 738 million, meaning you had not paid services 738 because you now don't have that money available. I think I've already spoken to this already, so I'm not going to go into the reading of it. And that is it for my presentation, but DD Jim Beki is going to do a presentation on the deviations as requested. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Titichi.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, and good morning, everyone, MEC. Thank you. I will be presenting the deviations for the province. We have departments that have reported deviations, and then I'll also give numbers of the deviations. These are the deviations per department, and also contract variations. So departments, these are the departments. I want to go to the summary, members, if you don't mind. Yes. 8 departments have reported deviations, which is COGTA, Community Safety, DED, Health, Social Development, Education, GDART, and Provincial Treasury. And then 6 have not reported, they didn't deviate. And then the following departments, DID, GPT, reported expansion of contract. This is the summary of deviation for entities. We have 16 deviations, and then contract expansion, we have 2. These are the details in terms of which entities have did deviations. We have 3, and then for not reported, we have 6. The following 2 entities had contract variations. As we all know, deviations are allowed. There is a provision for accounting officers to do deviation following Treasury Regulation 16A 6.4. And they are required to report within a certain period to Provincial Treasury. Thank you. Those are the deviations for the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those are the 2 presentations you requested, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, thank you very much. Let's take this opportunity then to engage with all the reports, make our own comments, our own observations. Based on what has been reported. Other members, questions, comments? Yes, on the whole process as well, so that we can be able to be clear on how we're going to deal with all these reports. Honorable Modise.
No, thank you so much, Chair. And firstly, let me welcome the 2 presentations. And as a way of icebreaker, say that it's encouraging to see that Gauteng Treasury is leading. In fact, on all the slides that were shown, it's 100%, even if it's not written 100%, but it is 100%. So it means there's something good that's been taking place in the department, and it's encouraging. Chair, on the issue of health, is Treasury saying to us they've given up on health? There's nothing beyond this. A friend of mine once said to me, if Mohammed can't go to the mountain must come to Mohammed. In this instance, health, the litigations are too much. And the fact that they were able to surrender close to 360 million to Sheriff, and which is the money that could have been used to pay suppliers or service providers. To what extent does this thing have an impact in the positive image that the province wants to project? And how is it affecting your SMMEs? You know, if a company is given a project of plus or minus 10 million and they have to borrow money to do the project, and you take more than 30 days to pay them back, what are you doing to them? So is it really that bad that we're saying we're giving up on health? There's nothing. Maybe we should take health to the office of the Premier to run it, because I also see them. It's 100% all the way. And these are 2 important offices in our province. If Treasury and Premier's office are performing to their level best, what stops these other departments to do the same. And lastly, Chair, there was also a report in terms of acting. In fact, one department was mentioned as if it's in Hollywood. And everything there is about Denzel Washington and Bruce Willis. Gauteng Film Commission, and I'm saying this on authority because I happen to sit in the Portfolio Committee of Sports. The CEO is not acting. It's permanently appointed. It was appointed sometime July last year. I think it's Tumi Lebaka, who was the acting CEO, went through the processes of interviews and so on and so forth. And finally, the board, led by Ms. Maga, recommended that Tumi Lebaka be appointed as the CEO. So, just as a point of correction. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Mube.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Let me welcome the recent reports. But I heard the Honorable Chairperson say you will comment on all the reports. So what I forgot to raise in the previous session, I'm going to raise it now. But let me just emphasize the concern on health and indicate that in the previous administration, the situation was very bad. The account was red due to the litigations and spending without having money. And that led to a very bad picture of Gauteng health. And at the end, the Premier tried to babysit them. It gradually changed. And health and education in Gauteng, their budget is over 50 billion. However, the litigations, we can say maybe are challenges or that happened during the patients and the nurse or the doctor, or time taken, long time, and as a result, the patient's sickness escalate or they die. What is the best medicine? Because we've been seized with this problem of litigation in health to do things differently. The other one, Honorable Chairperson, is big concern is what has been raised, the question of payment of the workers with no contracts. And 15 billion or so, which is a cause for concern. Which are those workers they don't sign, but the contract and they are paid at such a high amount. The last one is the acting positions, more than 6 months. I know as a former unionist, we know that the bargaining council workers fought for that you can't have a person acting for more than a year because it raises an expectation, positive expectation, that I've been acting on this position. So when the position is advertised, I'm then supposed to be appointed. And when that worker does not get appointed, then it raises an objection, a dispute, and all those things. Hence, the maximum of 6 months. So if it goes beyond that, the question of also, they don't become very active. They don't perform very well because others would like, why should I, as I'm in an acting position? But forgetting that the amount of salary is the same as the person that is permanently appointed. So that then creates the Hollywood understanding. So, because this has been repeatedly raised, even in portfolios, we raise the question of the vacancies and acting. So from your side, what more has to be done? Thank you.
Honorable Kekana.
No, Chair. Maybe just to emphasize and pick up on what Member Ngube has just said in terms of the vacancy rate. In terms of the presentations, I think the roads and transport as well as sports are the biggest culprits. They far exceed the 12% vacancy rate that is allowed. So I think as the portfolio committee, we need to urgently engage these two departments, specifically on filling these long-standing vacancies and try to understand what are the main reasons why these vacancies have been open for so long, whether they have been funded or not, and get to the bottom of the reasons so that we can see movement in that direction. I will pause there, Chair.
Let me see, maybe I should ask a question that needs a lot of discussions, in addition to what honorable members have raised. Maybe just to follow up on what Honorable Mdise asked. We realize that some departments, in this case health, if I'm not mistaken, the Auditor General has found that they have some money that they didn't spend. But you find that there are some programs that they haven't been able to spend on. I know that if you spend money that has not been budgeted for or approved, it will be an unauthorized expenditure. So the question is, shouldn't we have a conversation that says maybe we must re-look at what we allocate to some departments? Let me just say, in this case, health. The different votes, I mean the different, what do you call them, programs, in the way we provide or we allocate funds. We might want to re-look at that, because there are a number of them that consistently are underspending, but there are some that really where we should be making interventions, so that we can be able to advise them to relook at it. That's the first thing. The second thing is, it's clear now that there are bigger problems of litigation when it comes to health in particular. I know that there's one MEC who, at the beginning of this term, who said one of the ways to intervene in that case, for instance, where you find that in health, they are taken to court because of negligence, and then the people are claiming that no one to go to private hospital. Then the MEC suggests that no, we can take those, we treat them ourselves so that we don't spend monies on that. So I'm saying, isn't it that we need to relook at various ways to assist health, to minimize? We know you can't eliminate litigations, but minimize negligence that's there. Some targeted approach to assist them to deal with that. Because if you look at particularly the 30-day payment issue of service provider, it's huge. I'm not sure if they can be able to even deal with the backlog they have. If we are, whatever funds have been allocated this current financial year, I'm not sure what's going to happen with the amounts that are standing from the previous year, capacity to deal with it, then still come back and be able to deal with pay the current service provider, service providers in the current financial year. I think we need a conversation about how health is funded, given all those backlogs. But the bigger issue is capacity to ensure that there's effective financial management and governance systems in that department. It could be argued that the fact that they still have acting HOD, acting CFO are a problem. But in addition to that, we might want to zoom in and say, let's look at the funding model, let's look at how they spend their monies, and let them be assisted by professional people. I'm saying that maybe, I'm not sure if there has been any consideration of such, or are those problematic? Yes, I think those are the comments and questions. Over to you, MEC, or you can give to anyone who would be able to respond to some of the issues.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Let me ask the officials to help, led by the HOD.
Good morning, Chair and members, honorable members. My name is Ncumisa Mnyani, Head of Department, Gauteng Treasury. Thank you, members, for the questions. Sorry, okay. On the part of the Department of Health, honorable member, we haven't given up on health. We, at the beginning of this year, we've been in conversation with National Treasury to also provide us with support. And they have just recently appointed PwC because we were kind of tight on our side for cash. So they just appointed PwC through their funding in National Treasury to start by looking at the aspect of the entire supply chain in the Department of Health, at the head office, at the various tertiary institutions, and the key district hospitals. So that is part of looking at how we can clean up what is happening, because your irregular expenditure, unauthorized expenditure are indicative of some of the challenges that are happening at health, not leaving behind the issues of litigation as well, but we're starting with that. We've also, as a Gauteng Treasury, signed a contract with GTEC. GTEC is a component of National Treasury as well that looks at expenditure reviews and also analysis. And health is one of the areas that we are planning to look at. On the aspect of the litigations, you're correct when you say that 359 million could have been well spent on, because always health has budget shortfalls every financial year, and that money could have been used to actually deliver health services. So on that aspect, I think what we were working with health on is how are we going to deal with the root causes, of us getting into litigations. What we've realized is that we do not lose the cases because it's always us who have done something wrong, but sometimes there is no documentation for us to prove that we haven't really done something wrong. So because of that, we lose the cases because we can't defend ourselves. Yes, there are cases where there will be elements of negligence, but the fact that we don't get the opportunity to actually deal with the cases themselves. So the work that we're dealing with them on that aspect is how we create a system. And I think what is also happening is not yet finalized is a health management system where the records of the patients are going to be automated, because what happens is that when we need to defend those cases, those records are hard to find. So we are looking at that aspect. It's a complex process that the department is engaging in securing this system to try and make sure we automate what happens in there. It's not just a system, they say garbage in, garbage out. So we still need to sort out the processes themselves before we can say the system can help us to solve our problems. So it's just but one, but also cleaning up the processes in the department is something that's very critical. On the part of, I think the issue of litigation has come up from different members, so I hope my response will cover the various questions that have been raised. Also, on the part of the people acting in positions for more than 6 months, the Department of Health what can I say, the operating model has been changing, you know. Some hospitals have been reclassified, which were some time back, they were just normal, you know, hospitals, and then they are upgraded. But what hasn't happened in the Department of Health that we are busy working on is the fact that the structure of the Department of Health hasn't been updated in the longest of time. So the people that are doing the work are not necessarily aligned to the operating model. Understanding that, for an example, okay, step back. What then happens, it shows that as much as a hospital is reclassified as some tertiary hospitals, the money is not flowing from national to fully fund those particular operations of the hospital in the category that they have been reclassified into. And that makes it difficult. It affects the budgets and you know, the appointments and the fact that the structure is also not sorted. So those are some of the challenges, the structural challenges that are happening in the Department of Health. But I think the starting point is that we have identified some of the areas that are pulling the department down. Is the fact that it is not the structure and the operations, there is misalignment in that regard. And, you know, because there is no money, it's not even easy to actually be supporting new appointments, because we are trying to make sure that the money that is there is used to you know, we try and make sure that we don't make the problem bigger. And yeah, so it's also the funding aspect of the department that makes it difficult, or the decisions are not made. And also the aspect that the key positions in the department are vacant. Then acting people tend to be reluctant to make such permanent decisions. So hence the instability that we were talking about earlier on in the presentation. So it is important that the positions are filled, and then individuals can take the accountability and make the decisions as expected. But when individuals feel that they are temporarily sitting in those positions, then, you know, you do not get 100% performance from those individuals, because, you know, they like, we temporarily there, we don't want to make permanent decisions. I think we're all aware that there have been, for an example, there was a couple of years back a decision that was taken. We had to absorb some community health workers. The policy is that the community health worker, not community health workers, but community service. Yes. So the policy is that they come in, they do the community service. So it's usually the doctors and some health professionals. So they come in for a year. And then after a year, they need to go out and look for permanent employment against the structures. So it doesn't necessarily mean they will be working permanently in Gauteng. They look for work in vacant funded positions throughout the country. So we're absorbed. So what happens is that now when the new cohort has to come in, we do not have those positions vacant, because they were taken by those positions. And secondly is that when national funds, they do not take that into consideration, because as far as they are concerned, those individuals should have exited the system. So they don't provide us with budgets for the new cohort and also the people that were placed on those positions a while back. So then there tends to be discrepancies in terms of also contracting those employees into the system. And I would suspect we haven't really, we'll just have to engage with the Public Service Commission just to unpack the positions they were talking about, where they were saying that there are employees who are doing work without contracts and are being paid to the tune of about 15 billion. So we will just engage further with the Public Service Commission and just get to the bottom of exactly what where that problem is arising from, and we try and deal with the root cause in that regard. We know the comments on the vacancy rate. I think also the comments that the Premier has made in the previous session, they are covering that, but I think what also has happened in the Department of Sports is one of those departments that have had a vacancy on the accounting officer's side. And also, you know, when accounting officers are they acting, they tend not to make, tend to be reluctant to make those kinds of decisions. You know, they leave and they focus on the day-to-day operations, but in making permanent decisions, we have seen a correlation that when that is happening, issues of the organizational structure, they usually do not move. Chair, on the part of the Department of Health and the financing and the funding model, and if we can be able to move the funding around, I think it calls for a conversation or for us to engage with also National Health, because their funding doesn't only come from the province. So as the province, we can't just move the funds around in terms of saying, okay, there is an under expenditure on this side. Let's move this money to these overheating pressures. But during PBC, for example, now during the adjustment budget, the funding that's within the equitable share, then the PBC can make decisions in that regard to move the funds around. But if it affects conditional grants, it limits our capability as a treasury supporting the PBC to say then you can move this money from this aspect to that particular aspect of the department. Yeah, so those are the main issues, and I think what we've picked up, the items that are always overheating in the Department of Health, so supporting your point that the funding model of the department, because consistently your medicine, your medical supplies always overspend, and those are partly also linked to the grants that come from national. So it's also saying what can be done, and also us providing our feedback, because when the budget is actually, when the budget is being, the budgeting process, it starts with what we call 10 by 10s. So 10 by 10s is a session where all the provincial treasuries together with national treasury, so that makes 110. When I say all the provincial treasury, it means the 9 provinces and national treasury, and then a particular sector. So if it's health sector, we will have all the 9 provincial healths together with National Department of Health to try and look at policy decisions and the outcomes of the previous financial year to say what is it that is working, what is it that is not working. So those happen around, I think around August, July, August, just for us to be able to influence. So those are some of the platforms that we normally use as the treasuries to try and influence what eventually becomes the budget that comes to the various provinces. Okay, I think so. I think in a nutshell is that health department. It's not just about saying the officials are all doing wrong things, but there are also structural issues that certain policy decisions need to be made for us to sort it out. But we're working with the areas at this point in time, trying to do getting to a point where we do an overall overhaul of the department, but starting with the areas that we can see are bleeding, like your supply chain management, and also the aspect of the organizational structure is of importance in the department, because the landscape of Gauteng changes continually in terms of the patient base. We know that we're servicing the entire country, especially because of the number of tertiary hospitals that we have. We attract patients from outside the province. So it's about how do we look at those things. National Treasury last year tried to look at it through the equitable share formula. Yes, it's still not perfect, but it's trying to balance those things. Chair, I'll just check if any inputs from your side. I'll hand over to you.
Okay, can I just make a comment with your permission, Chair? And honorable members, once more, good afternoon. Chair, I'll try to be very brief. So let me say that yesterday we had a special session of cabinet, and there are measures that and initiatives that we're going to take to look at the the financial situation in the province holistically. We have committed to cabinet yesterday that in the midst of the fiscal challenges and problems that we have to do a thorough analysis of the budget and, of course, the spending patterns in the province holistically. And one area that we want to look at is goods and services. We will also do infrastructure. We're also interested in value for money, different prices that we pay for different things. So there's an over and above dealing with the difficulties of the complex fiscal space, but there are issues of value for money, pricing, and all that we're interested in. That issue, that process will help us to zoom into health. So we need to understand what's happening in that space from a financial point of view. The HOD has just informed you that we asked, actually it was us who approached the national government, Treasury, through what is called GTEC, Government Technical Support Service. Yeah. So there's a technical capacity for support in National Treasury that helps with analysis of a whole range of areas. So we have asked them to come in and look particularly and most importantly into health. Now, I'd like to say to honorable members that, and to you, Honorable Chair, that maybe instead of dealing with the different aspects of it, as in piecemeal focus on this and that, let's baseline the financial situation in health. Let's have one concrete, clear analysis of what's happening in health, so that then all of us, based on that report, we can then say, this is how we need to deal with the situation. Whether it's, payment of service providers, whether it's accruals, whether it's overheating there, whether it's underperformance, all the issues, let's understand in a much more concrete way what's going on there. And I think this exercise we're doing with GTEC at National Treasury is going to help us. You have heard HOD saying they've appointed PwC to lead that exercise. So as the client that has asked them to look into that, and of course, we will engage even further with the MEC of Health and the team at Health. So I was just saying that instead of going into this part and that area, let us get a much more strategic overview of and baseline of the finances at Health. And then it will help us to have a better conversation. So this invite you are putting forward, Chair, or a proposal of a conversation about the situation in health and the different options, some of them have listed them. Let us base it on a scientific baseline, and then we deal with that. So to conclude this part, I think we will come back to you about where we are with that process. Even if maybe we get a preliminary report, because we don't have enough time. But I think just to Honorable Modise to conclude is we have not lost, we have not thrown in the towel on health. In actual fact, we are starting a much more deeper, better, thorough analysis of the situation there, so that we can know what needs to be improved. So I just thought, Chair, let me say to you that we are looking holistically at our finances in the province. The other thing that we want to do, we've got, also yesterday we took a decision to conduct an audit proper of reconciling the total number of people we have in PESAL with their own bodies. We also need to know how many people are working here in the province. Are we getting value for money? Is the amount we are paying per month or per annum consistent with the actual home bodies? And I can say to you that one of the best things that we're going to have to do is to check if we can't use biometric verification, fingerprint in particular, to check and verify. Because paperwork alone will not help you. Paperwork gets fraudulent, it gets forged and all that. So there is going to be an audit of everybody and reconcile that with PESAL. We are also we have also said to Cabinet yesterday, we are having a massive program of employment, nurses planning. The Premier announced different categories of nurses planning, 6,000, and so on and so on. We've got EPWP, we've got many community workers, we've got many people in the province. But are we sure that there's not double dipping, one person in 3 programs? Are we sure about the integrity of data? Who are these people? So as Treasury, we are also worried about value for money. And we are also looking at the AG that they've not yet audited all this now. But in the next financial audit cycle, they're definitely going to look for that. So we are preparing for you, Mr. Cebekulu, already, that when you ask us about who are these people, value for money, by the time you ask us, we should be ready. So I'm just saying that there's a whole range of things that we need to do, which we decided on yesterday, because our approach to the fiscal challenges that we face is not just to cut here and there, but our approach is to be more efficient and to account for every cent and to know what we're spending our money on. So all this information, I think, is going to be very important for this committee. So I just thought, let me share with you, some of these issues will raise them in the medium-term budget policies. I've been wondering if this is the alarm of SCOPA. Is it a SCOPA timekeeper? It has been ringing, particularly since Treasury started presenting it. So, Chair, let me not take your time, but assure the honourable members that when we do the mini-budget statement, some of these issues will talk about them in a much more concrete way. So let me assure you that we will come back to you. That conversation, next time we come to you, we should be able to say something, one step forward. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Just as I give the honourable members I think in that conversation also, maybe you must also consider the following two aspects. The first one is, I know that there was a meeting national on the 27th of September where the AG briefed the committee around issues of in health, the litigations and what they are going to do. I think that information will also be helpful so that you get that picture. I think at the time when you call health to appear before the committee, we'll also engage on that because I think they are trying to find a way of assisting them to deal with those. But also the other matter that I think you are familiar with, which is a big issue in roads, this thing about the bus subsidy, so that you can, I'm saying as you look at this whole thing, you should be able to assist in dealing with those matters as well. Thank you very much. There are more questions. Honorable Kekana, Honorable Randall, Honorable Modise, then Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. It's not a question. I think from me, it's more of a proposal than a question. Having realized the complexity of the health department. And I must say, I appreciate the input from Treasury. I think it will move us in the right direction. Having experienced the situation on the ground in the health department, I think we are dealing with a very complex department. And we must remember that it's got different units, different hospitals with different separate management entities in the various hospitals. Some are doing well, fairly well. Some are not doing quite well. And obviously they will drag the whole health department down with them. I'll tell you something. We once went to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital with the chair of chairs. We had gone to visit, there's a private person who has invested in an oncology unit. She has set up an oncology unit there, privately run, to assist Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. Very well run, beautiful unit in the hospital. But then we also had an opportunity to speak to management in the hospital, and she outlined the challenges that she faces on a daily basis in running the institution. That ranges from the understaffing, the working conditions under which the nurses work. They are understaffed, they are overworked, and it's a high-paced situation. You go to an ICU, it's a life and death situation. Litigations are bound to happen at some point because there will be some form of negligence as and when they do their work. The people who work there, the staff, the low-end staff, the amount of looting that they do in the very hospital where they work, they steal beds, they steal equipment, X-ray machines. They managed to get out of Baragwanath Hospital out into the food. They steal everything. And those are staff that are supposed to be building the institution, people who we employ and pay to do the work, but they are the ones who are stealing from the institution to an extent that, they even steal the fencing around the hospital. It's very bad. There's no security there. The situation is very dire. So my proposal is, as SCOP, I know we are not doing oversight in terms of inspections in local. I would suggest that one day we just give ourselves time. We visit Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital just to do an inspection, to have a look at the practical situation on the ground as to what is happening, so that we get a full appreciation of what is happening in health, and we'll begin to understand the challenges that surround the health department. So that was just my suggestion, Chair.
Honorable Randall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of remarks, and then lastly, a clarity-seeking question. I'm glad to hear that you are in talks with National Treasury with regards to the irregular expenditure. I mean, we've seen this happening year after year, and for us in SCOPA, it feels like we're not moving. Nothing is happening, so I'm good to hear this, that there's engagements. Chair, and then the accounting officers needs to be held responsible for the flouting of SEM legislation. When are we going to start seeing that? this has also been coming a long way, and it makes me feel as a SCOPA member sometimes that we're not achieving anything because we see the same reports every year. So I'm glad that there's again mention made of this, because this is obviously that what we've been struggling with. Chair, condemnations. I've learned something today, and I'm gonna tell you, this is maybe ignorance, but the presenter spoke about fruitless and wasteful expenditure that's not condoned by Treasury but by the AO. I don't know if I knew it or I forgot about it, but do we as a committee know exactly what's the criteria for a condemnation? Are we empowered to know, what and where do we pick up the hotspots? Then the last thing, Chair, the last presenter spoke about variations of the departments for the 22-23 financial year. Now, 2 weeks ago, I've got all the departments here. Let's use eGov. You said they had 0 deviations and expansions. I've got 4. 2 weeks ago, they reported 3 expansions, 1 deviation. 3 expansions for SAP, CETA, GPN, Lucid View, and then the deviation on continuous service delivery, again, Lucid View. It's the deviation in rands and cents is 354.6 million rand. So, Chair, I'm sorry about this, but I do not agree with the information that's been provided to us today. My stats from the department 2 weeks ago differs. Thank you.
Honorable Modise.
No, thank you so much, Chair. Mine is not a question, it's just a comment based from the response that we have received. And let me indicate, Chair, that one thing I know and appreciate about the MEC of Treasury is that he believes in science. The same way as the member on my left believes in scientific approach on matters. And therefore, Chair, I heard the HOD made mention that they've procured or rather sourced the services of PwC. And I was wondering, is it the one that I sit on, or which one is this PwC? Yeah, because at times we take them for granted, that it's obvious that it will know it's PricewaterhouseCoopers and all of that. Chair, I'm first to admit that the illegal immigration into the province render the department under serious stress. I'm the first to admit. The legal migration of other member communities in South Africa into the province also plays a role. Because when they do their budgets, for argument's sake, they'll budget for 15 million people in the province. At the time the money is dispersed to the departments, there's plus or minus 200,000 people that are already in the province, which will need, at one way or the other, at any point, access these healthcare facilities, and they ought to be taken care of. And probably it will speak to why there's certain deviation here. I'm not speaking on behalf of the department. However, Chair, this is the same department that is not ashamed to spend a minimum of 7,000 rand to buy a single skinny jean, as opposed to buy medication and they've got lots of medication stored somewhere. When I used to work for the municipality, we used to have an office or building that is called stores. So if there's any shortage of anything, they just go to stores, fill out certain forms, and you get whatever equipment you need to go and attend to whatever you need. And this should be what is happening in the department. Instead of waiting, there's no medication, there's not this. I don't want to speak about Barra and what we saw there. It's nothing if we were to go to the hospital that bent the other day. I think it's Charlotte McLeod. So the point I'm making is that I would ask the department, MEC and the HOD and the senior management, that they move with speed with the PwC to assist them, so that when we receive this report, there should be some sort of form of movement to say, this is where we were, this is what we have done, and this is where we are, and we begin to see progress. Because if we don't, remember, this is a department where senior managers can resign easily, and you can't pursue them, because the moment you want to pursue, you are told they are no longer in the employ of government. So therefore, there's nothing you can do to them. And when they do leave the department, there's plus or minus 400-500 million that has not been accounted for. So all I'm asking is that there should be a movement and they should move with speed. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Malema.
Chair, thank you very much once again. I think somewhat to a greater extent I'm covered by speakers who came before me here. And I think you also covered what I actually wanted to propose. But let me start off by congratulating the GPT, Honorable MEC, for the sterling performance there. I think it will be tantamount to a travesty of justice if I'm not going to applaud you for that, because you must lead by example as you're entrusted with the responsibility of making sure that the GPG-wide departments are doing exactly what is expected of them. Having said that, and having noted the submissions made by the GPT in this meeting as it relates to health, I want to further develop on the proposal that was made earlier by Honorable Member Kekana to the effect that we should have two departments. I think it's sports and road and transport. That additional to that, we must also get health on board to come and assist us and take us into confidence as to how can they be possibly assisted. But what we should also request from health is just for them to furnish us with some sort of a process plan, because knowing what we know, and I think I don't know if maybe it's the HOD or the MEC, who said that what is important, in order for us to be able to properly assist in the situation, we should have the exact characterization of the problem as to what are the root causes, what are the attributing factors towards this unfortunate state of affairs, so that we will be able to properly come up with proper interventions, maybe in a form of recommendation and so on. So I want to graciously request that we should request health to prepare a process plan of some kind to say what is their approach on the situation at hand, and what is it that they see as the most, in the main, attributing factors towards the situation and going forward. Because I think largely part of what is creating a crisis for them, it emanates from the medical legal claims, if I should put it that way, as a direct ramification of professional negligence on the part of some of their workers. So if we can get to have a holistical picture of what are the root cause, then what are the recommendations if there are certain mechanisms that are put in place by the very same department in order to make sure that they mitigate on the adverse effects of what they are confronted with, then that will assist, and we can use that as a baseline for us to further engage on that. Thank you very much.
You want to say something? Okay, Honorable Ncube.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. The first one that I'm raising now is what is meant by procurement by other means. It was raised twice or thrice. And then I will also agree with what Honorable Kekana is saying about maybe random sample, the visits of the hospitals. She mentioned Baragwanath. I want to raise what I have experienced from my two constituencies. There are 3 cases, they are just recent, of videos being sent in different WhatsApps, patients lying down, toilets very dirty, casualty packed and dirty, and all those things. The other one is the question of people going to party, and then they step each other in those parties and force themselves into the emergency section when there are only 2 doctors who are managing the other very serious cases. And then at the end, they end up beating up the security because our security do not even have spray or whatever. They know they don't have guns and other things. So they beat everybody, including the doctors. There are interns there who had vowed that, no, we're going to leave this hospital, this clinic, if our lives can be so exposed to being beaten up by the members of the community. There's also a question of the security. Like I'm saying, in Shawela, they were beaten. They also beat the security, including the doctors and nurses. Which is not in Alex, when the sisters were parking at the parking lot, then there were people that tried to hijack with the guns. And given these priorities that we're having and the question of high litigations, there's this thing of saying what has to be done and which one do you say, no, I'm not implementing this, I'm going to overlook ABCD, because outside there, people are swearing at us who are useless, useless government and all those things. We don't take lives of the people seriously. So I'm just raising more issues in terms of we're faced with many things. And these cases then are leading to litigations also that no, we're negligent. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm going to hand over to you, Missy. I'm not sure if you need to respond to any of these or it's a number of them are also just comments, but is there one or two questions that you might want to respond to?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Member Modise, it is PricewaterhouseCoopers, my apologies. And procurement by other means. In government, the only procurement we're supposed to do is competitive means. So when it's other means, it's where we're talking about deviations. So for an example, sole service provider. So if you're using Microsoft, you're only going to get it from Microsoft, the system. Or single sourcing where it is only impractical. So for an example, let's say we're using, let's say firstly, we're using a particular system. It doesn't make sense to start from scratch for the sake of, because the cost is that you're going to disrupt services and the likes. So you look, so if other products are distributed by different service provider, then you can go out and look for quotations. But if it's coming from this particular person has been licensed by the manufacturer to be the only one who distributes. So those are the situations that we deal with. For example, issues of communication when we're doing budget days and the likes. SABC is the public broadcaster. So, we would go to SABC as the public broadcaster. So we didn't go out on tender, but because they are a government entity, it is the best decision is to use a state entity. So those are some of the situations. It's about impracticality and also the fact that the cost-benefit analysis makes it, it doesn't make sense to go out on a practical aspect of it. So, yeah. Which other question? I think most of the were comments and suggestions and recommendations, which we have noted, and I think I'll leave it at that, MC.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. I think maybe in welcoming the proposals and the points that were raised, I don't know, Chair, but let me maybe make this proposal for your consideration, that when the PwC and the team that we will be appointing to help with the assessment, analysis and review of our expenditure in the province and where we are allocating resources, maybe we should ask them to also engage with the honorable members here. You might also find that we could ask them to engage the different portfolio committees, because the finances of the province get voted for by honorable members in the House. And you also do oversight on and issue reports on the work that you do. But I think the question that we have to look at is the experiences and the issues that you see when you do the work. What is the mechanism of making sure that those issues don't just become reports right out in the legislature, but they start to inform the work of government? Because when I listen to what the honorable members were saying, you can hear that there are daily experiences, things that you see, that you come across. But where do they go to these issues? How do they inform our work? Obviously, we do note the reports, but I think we need to take it a step further. So I'm making this proposal, Chair, and I think we will need yourselves to help us implement it by communication. Maybe your researchers or your support team can note this matter and check with us when the process starts. PwC is appointed, so we will need to meet with them, with the MEC of Health. I think it will be good to flag this issue with them, that they should also do road shows and meet with the honorable members, so that we can also get these issues that you are raising properly thought about. Are we spending money correctly in health? Is health underfunded? Or is health wasting money? I wouldn't want to make to preempt those discussions. Sometimes we think there are certain problems, Chair, that you don't need to throw money at them, but you need to throw wisdom at them. You need to put methods of work, best solutions, not necessarily money. Some of them, they need money. So I was just saying that let's do a proper exercise. There have been many initiatives in the Department of Health, but there's no single company in the world that I know that solved its problem with the first bite. Many of them go through back and forth, but at the end they get it right. So I'm just saying that the many initiatives that have been in health, while some might have not, given us the results that we want, but improving situations take a lot of incremental interventions. So I'm just saying, Chair, let's still be hopeful, let's be positive. Let's look at how not only health, but I think the issues that you raised and members have supported on transport and sports and any other department, I think let's work together and hopefully we should take the issues. I was saying to HOD that on this thing of 40 billion plus, or the huge amount on irregular, if I'm reading it correctly, we can't perpetuate that. One of the things with municipalities, if you just look at irregular expenditure, unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful, it's growing bigger than the budgets of certain municipalities. If you look at the total irregular in the province, it's quite a huge amount of money. And I was saying to HOD, shouldn't, instead of just waiting for departments, waiting for Mohammed to go to the mountain, and we know Mohammed don't go to the mountain. Shouldn't the mountain move? Shouldn't we, so I was saying to HOD, shouldn't we get a proper sound legal opinion on, can't we do something about it than waiting for departments? This is the point I'm making, because this money is growing. And I think at some point we wake up, it will be going to 100 billion or 1 million or so. It will be going to billions or more than that. So I'm just saying, Chair, let's some of these issues will come back to you about them. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think one thing, Member Randall, if I understood correctly, the information that they provided us was for the first quarter, and maybe the other information you've got, which was for last week. I think they should look at it because, I think the fourth, okay, I'm not sure. But also, what the process now is that we're going to, as the committee, get into detail, analyze all the reports where necessary, We're going to ask some of the departments to appear before the committee so that we can be able to get into a deeper understanding of where the problems are, what interventions are being made before we table our reports at the legislature itself. So let me take this opportunity, MEC, to thank you very much, first, for being part of our meeting. We really appreciate the fact that you do take this committee seriously. But secondly, for availing some of your staff members who are going to remain with us the next sessions when we engage into detail with the reports. They are really helpful because they assist us to understand some of the things. Thank you very much for that. And let me also thank the senior management team, HOD and the team, for being part of our meeting today. I must say that we are going to break for lunch. As we say goodbye also to those of us who are online, we thank them for joining us. We already see some of the comments that they've made. We are going to follow up on those comments. And let me see if you think that you can stay, come back after lunch, it's fine. But if you leave, it's still understandable because you've already given us the staff that's going to work with us. Thank you very much. We are adjourned for lunch. We should be back here. It's supposed to be 2, but let's assess. If we can come back earlier, the better. But I want to say 1:30, but we'll assess. It's 1:30. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, Chair.